concessional financing for investment, particularly in climate resilience. It will also explore the opportunities for greater South-South cooperation towards repositioning the Caribbean on a sustainable development path. I therefore invite Professor Jessica Byron, former director for the Institute of International Relations at the University of the West Indies, to moderate this session. Professor Byron, the floor is yours.
Chair, Honorable Kaisal Peters, Honorable Premiers and Ministers of Government, Ms. Quarles and other ECLAC officials, representatives of all international and regional organizations, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to panel 4 on global partnerships for repositioning. Well, I've already been introduced by the chair, so I won't go over that. A couple of reflections. Yesterday already, the question of global partnerships came center stage in the discussions that surrounded the Caribbean Resilience Fund and the construction of a normative framework for the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, which is ongoing at the UN in New York. Now, both discussions demonstrated that for Caribbean SIDS and small jurisdictions in general, global partnerships and alliances are especially important parts of our diplomatic and our operational toolbox. But we must equally bear in mind that there is a particularly uncertain and risky global climate in which we operate today. And the more we learn about it, the more we constantly study the global environment and the multilateral architecture, the better it will help us to navigate. We are navigating through the post-COVID reconstruction era, which is epitomized by social and economic challenges, by a number of changes of governments, by electoral means and otherwise, and the outbreak of conflicts, the most significant one being the Russia-Ukraine war, which has complicated life for most of the world. The effects of climate change are also intensifying and speeding up across the world, generating new areas of devastation, human misery, and displacement. And finally, all these developments are taking place in the context of a changing global order, major shifts to global power alignments. And there is fierce rivalry among the most powerful state actors in the international arena. Such tensions tremendously complicate the context in which all countries, multilateral organizations, private sector enterprises, and civil societies operate. They have reduced the flexibility and the room for maneuver in which smaller players especially have prospered. And they have increased the proliferation of sanctions regimes and generally of pressure being exerted for compliance with whoever's interests are concerned. The present environment is certainly much riskier for small Caribbean actors, but shifting conditions also present new opportunities both for learning and for action, for the bold and the imaginative. Global and regional partnerships have never been as essential as they are at this point in our working environment. Strategic foresighting and planning is also essential for all actors at present. Even in the midst of today's risk and uncertainty, Caribbean actors have the good fortune of having multiple resources at our disposal. International think tanks and forums like ECLAC, South-South cooperation, which is readily available since we are located in the Western Hemisphere, at the top maybe, Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is an area where most of us have only begun to scratch the surface. There are non-state actors of all kinds, even while we maintain and massage our traditional partnerships. The essential ingredients for navigating our way are knowledge and the willingness to learn, our own willpower, creative energies, and rethinking our institutions, our processes, our strategies as we explore the new options. Now, we have an extremely well-endowed panel today to offer their rich insights into this topic of global partnerships for recovery and resilience. Our panel is really impressive and very experienced. I am going to introduce all four of them at this point, and then I'm going to leave it to them to make their presentations in the order in which they have been introduced. I start with, well, I'm also operating in the order in which they're seated. Dr. Armstrong Alexis, the new Deputy Secretary General of the CARICOM Secretariat, who oversees corporate services and functional management of CARICOM. He has previously served as UNDP Deputy Res Rep in Namibia, and also as UNDP Deputy Res Rep and Head of Office in Suriname. He has also worked with the UNDP in the Pacific and in Barbados, and he has undertaken special operations in Haiti and in Nigeria. Earlier in his career, he was Regional Director for the Commonwealth Youth Program in the Caribbean, and he has served in the public sector in St. Lucia. Welcome, Dr. Alexis. Next, we have Ambassador Rodolfo Sabonge, the 7th Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. The ambassador is an expert in strategic foresight, market research, and competitive intelligence in logistics, maritime transport, and port development. Surely, this is one of the most crucial topics for the Greater Caribbean region that we live in. He is a research professor at the Institute of Canal and International Studies at the University of Panama, and he worked at the Panama Canal Authority for over 15 years during a critical period in the canal's development. He has also been a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Logistics and Supply Chains. Welcome, Ambassador. Our third speaker, Ms. Yeshim Oruk, is the UNDP's resident representative in Guyana. She has over 20 years of experience in international relations and sustainable development activities. She was previously in the UNDP office in Washington, DC, in charge of key organizational strategies and partnerships, the very thing we're going to speak about this morning. And she has been UNDP Country Director in Albania and in charge of programs and partnership initiatives for UNDP in Romania and in Turkey. She has also worked in Egypt. Welcome. And finally, Mr. Regis Chapman is the representative and country director for the World Food Programme's Caribbean Multi-Country Office, which covers 22 countries and territories in the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. He has previously served with WFP in Latin America, Somalia and other parts of East and Central Africa, Afghanistan, Timor-Leste, and the Regional Bureau for Asia, the Pacific, and Indonesia. He has also worked with the Red Cross and with the US Peace Corps in El Salvador. Welcome. And I now hand it over to the panel to offer you their insights and experience on this subject. Thank you.
It says. Can you hear me? Yes. Fellow panelists, Honorable Minister, Madam Master of Ceremonies, the very well alert audience this morning. Good morning to you all. Let me preface my presentation with the thought that partnerships are a quintessential element of development in the Caribbean. In fact, the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which guides the work of the CARICOM region, and in particular the Secretariat, makes reference to partnerships and/or collaboration in no less than 4 of its articles. The 2022-2030 CARICOM Secretariat Strategic Plan indicates that, and I quote, "The Secretariat will seek to drive the community's efforts to deepen economic integration, enhance the effectiveness of decision-making and implementation, strengthen the coordination of policies with third states, build robust platforms to offer effective functional cooperation amongst member states through the strengthening of strategic relationships with international development partners, or IDPs," unquote. We are cognizant that in order for us to secure a viable, sustainable, and prosperous community for all, we must engage in strategic partnerships with external stakeholders and international development partners. As the region's premier institution working towards fulfilling the development aspirations of more than 18 million CARICOM citizens, the Secretariat is patently aware that we cannot attain the lofty goals of regional integration if we seek to undertake the wide spectrum of development without global partnerships. Put simply, we are situated within a development ecosystem that cannot be sustained or our development goals guaranteed without strong, lasting, and mutually beneficial partnerships. Our model of partnership engagement in CARICOM requires us to adopt a posture consistent with both intra-regional and global partnerships. However, in order to stick to the request of for this presentation on global partnerships, I shall situate this presentation within the domain of global partnerships. In recognizing the importance of partnerships for effective implementation of the programs and the projects of the community, the Secretariat has already made a strategic change to its internal architecture, consistent with the objectives of strengthening global partnerships. Many of you may recall that the Secretariat had a Resource Mobilization and Technical Assistance Department, referred to as RMTA. Through this department, the Secretariat sought the engagement of the global community to assist in securing both financial and non-financial support pursuant of its priority interventions. The emphasis was on the mobilization of resources, which implicitly only focus on one aspect of partnerships. Under the new leadership of the CARICOM Secretariat, we have shifted the focus to emphasize partnerships, and in so doing, renamed the department from Resource Mobilization and Technical Assistance to the Partnerships and Project Support Department. This is not only a name change, but quite importantly, it signifies a clear step towards further positioning the community as a partner with shared values, a common agenda, and solidarity built on mutual trust. This shift is also consistent with the region's adoption of Agenda 2030, and in particular, solidifies the contribution towards SDG 17, and that SDG emphasizes the revitalization of global partnerships for sustainable development. I am sure you are aware that the Secretariat is largely funded through member state contributions. These contributions have become increasingly constrained as the CARICOM member states have had to deal with a double-figure contraction of their economies since the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore incumbent upon us at the Secretariat to more vigorously pursue partnerships if we are to remain on course to achieve development results for the advancement of our Caribbean societies. I wish to share with you 3 examples of how partnerships have helped to reinforce the work of the Secretariat. The first is de-risking. Since the global financial crisis, international banks have reduced their banking services to the Caribbean. A report from the Caribbean Development Bank indicated that at least 8 financial institutions in Barbados, about 7 in Jamaica, and 5 in Belize have been affected by a termination of or restriction in correspondent banking relationships, which has significantly reduced the ability of regional banks to do business and obtain financial services. The challenges presented by this most unfortunate situation are actively being addressed and will hopefully be resolved through active and strategic partnerships. Evidence of this partnership can be highlighted through 2 major interventions. Firstly, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who chairs the Committee for Financial Services in the United States House of Representatives, led a delegation of congressional members to Barbados to meet with CARICOM heads of government and to explore concrete actions to address de-risking. This mission was followed by invitations to the Prime Minister of Barbados and the CARICOM Secretary General to address the US House of Representatives on Financial Services, of the Financial Services Committee. It is highly likely that the partnerships established between CARICOM principals and the leaders of the government of the United States will have a positive outcome for this region. Consistent with the post-2015 agenda, it also signals the need for member states to move beyond the reliance on official development assistance as a single source of financing and to build partnerships around other official flows in order to generate domestic and international private financial flows. My second example is climate financing. Perhaps the most urgent and pressing priority of CARICOM member states is our vulnerability to climate change. Over the past few years at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, the COP, and in fact at the UN General Assembly, every CARICOM head of state has lamented the perilous future that Caribbean nations and the citizens face. Our leaders have called for fair and equitable access to climate financing, and only yesterday we discussed the merits of a suitable multidimensional vulnerability index. Perhaps this has not been established with the multilateral trust fund. Partnerships have been established with the multilateral trust funds, such as the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the Global Environment Facility to address the clear and present danger that seems to entrap us. Although access to climate financing remains arduous and sometimes may even appear elusive, we can only achieve success if we stay the course of partnerships. We have, however, to remind the international community that countries that are identified as heavy polluters cannot remain oblivious to the existential crisis that the pursuits of industrial gain have caused and continue to cause to a region that produces less than 1% of greenhouse gas emissions. The discourse on partnerships must therefore be elevated to the ranks of specific financial arrangements, whether this is through greater access to concessional financing, innovative lending instruments, debt repositioning, or payments for damage and loss after catastrophic events. My third example is on the matter of resilience. I'm wrapping up. The case, and I want to use the case of Dominica. I want to reference a CARICOM member state to bring home my point on partnerships for resilience building. We will all recall that Dominica suffered approximately $3.54 billion EC, or 1.3 billion United States dollars, and 226% of its GDP after it succumbed to Hurricane Maria on September 23, 2017. In its aftermath, the Prime Minister of Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, used the world's most recognized partnership platform to declare that his would become the first climate resilient nation on earth. In pursuant of this objective, the Prime Minister launched the Dominica Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan 2020-2030. As a consequence of this plan, the government of Dominica has been successful in building partnerships and agencies like the IOM, the UK Aid, the European Union's humanitarian arm, Australia Aid, and China Aid, as well as the United Nations Development Programme and other United Nations agencies, among others, have contributed meaningfully to the recovery effort of Dominica. The CARICOM Secretariat hosted a donor pledging conference, which mobilized a broad partnership to support the rebuilding efforts, including through $1.3 billion in pledges and over $1 billion in loans and debt relief. This support came through nearly 400 high-level representatives from governments, multilateral and civil society organizations and businesses. These anecdotes, ladies and gentlemen, serve simply to articulate the practical benefits that have been derived from partnerships. And like the African proverb reminds us, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. In conclusion, therefore, I wish to leave with you that the uncertain global environment has highlighted the need for more strategic partnerships that exploit synergies, reduce duplication, and lead to more effective deployment of resources. However, the success of any partnership or global agreement lies in the attainment of the objectives based on a shared vision, solidarity, and mutual trust. Further, the initiative must be underpinned by application of a consistent set of rules that is supported by a framework that promotes transparency, fairness, and a system of good governance. The CARICOM Secretariat will continue to pursue partnerships as we develop relations with the international community for the betterment of the people of our region. I thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I wish to observe all the established written protocols and add my congratulations and thanks to those who spoke before me and to the organizers of this most relevant and timely event. I would like to also applaud the conceptualizers of this segment for an extremely strategic and comprehensive theme: global partnership for repositioning, recovery, and resilience in the Caribbean. I like everything about it, what it communicates, suggests, and exhorts, and would make only one small, but I think important change to it. For the purposes of my presentation, I would like it global partnership for the repositioning, recovery, and resilience in the greater Caribbean. Why this change? Because it contextualizes my contribution to this panel. As you may remember, the ACS was born of a vision 28 years ago of a core group of leaders who envisaged everything that is this segment's title and captures. The then exclusively English-speaking Caribbean community understood that to position their small region, the Caribbean with its peculiar interests, geography, history, culture, and vulnerabilities, on and in the global development narrative, they needed to forge partnerships. Positioning required partnerships that would buffer and shelter them from their vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities inherent to their geographic dispersion, small island states with rich biodiversity, very susceptible to environmental shocks. Vulnerabilities inherited a dependence as former colonies on systems and networks, namely transport and trade, authored and entrenched during colonization to serve the economies and societies of former colonizers. And vulnerabilities exogenous from financial and banking policies imposed by greater powers. CARICOM understood that the antidote to vulnerability was resilience, and that the key to enduring resilience, which is recovery from risks and threats, was forging partnerships that position them in the global discourse where the big discussions and methodologies and modalities for recovering from threats take place. They saw the ACS as a greater Caribbean partnership that could attract wider global collaboration in very strategic spheres, interrelated spheres, replete with risks, but also with opportunities. In only a few focal areas: the environment, the Caribbean Sea itself, the mutually dependent industries that the shared sea supports, transport, trade, and tourism, and resilience to disasters. These are the focal areas of the ACS. For its part, the ACS, 28 years later, can only marvel at the relevance, wisdom, and probably unwitting prophetic nature of the vision that led to its creation 28 years later. The ACS is at home wherever conversations like this are being held. Conversations like the ones that Professor Dukerans opens in his book, Caribbean on the Edge. Conversations about regional state that addresses challenges that can really only be effectively addressed at the macro regional level, at the greater Caribbean rather than Caribbean level. Challenges related to transport, trade, tourism, disaster risk management, and the protection of a threatened regional and indeed global treasure, the Caribbean Sea. The international cooperation agencies are beginning to differentiate between levels of scope where economies of scale play a determining factor in efficiency by referring to supranational functions and subsidiary ones, thereby preserving the balance between regional, sub-regional, and national, an important consideration when one is driven to preserve the notion of identity. For us in the greater Caribbean, where asymmetries and diversity are as stark as our identity is singular, it required only an expansion of the family, a marriage between Latin America and the Caribbean, to innovate the notion of the greater Caribbean, where action at the greater, wider scale secures the integrity of the most vulnerable of our family. On behalf, therefore, of the greater Caribbean, the ACS innovates cooperation with the support of global partners in the tradition of multilateralism that erodes the asymmetries amongst its members to operationally build Caribbean resilience. To this end, all cooperation modalities are embraced, including South-South, North-South, and triangular, underpinned by the geographically appropriate financing windows currently being constructed to scope through the development of a consortium for development banks operating in the region and serving the overlapping membership that comprise the Greater Caribbean. The 2022-2026 Action Plan, the first medium-term plan of the ACS in its history, streamlines the notion of sustainability as a means of safeguarding resilience through all ACS interventions. Sustainability is ensured through shared capacity building exercises, clustered communities of practice between and amongst our sub-regional entities with the expertise in the 5 local focal areas of intervention and on the ongoing efforts to streamline processes towards digital transformation in all 5 areas of focus to ensure a minimum level of consistency of service and security and recovery following storms, government or expertise transitions. Thus, as it regards the environment, the ACS advocates the recognition of the Caribbean Sea as a special area in the context of sustainable development, addressing such shared, shall say, supra-regional issues as sargassum, sea level induced coastal erosion, coral bleaching, and proliferation of microplastics at the level of the 25 states and 10 territories affected by these phenomena. The idea is that through the exchange of experiences and best practices, input into shared monitoring and early warning systems and platforms related to these issues, regionally grown solutions appropriate to the Caribbean context can be found, operationalized, maintained, and enhanced. This approach also applies to disaster risk reduction. Far from competing with the numerous specialized and high-quality sub-regional entities dedicated to aspects of disaster risk reduction, like SEDIMA in the CARICOM subregion, or CEPREDANAC in the Central American Peninsula, SICA, ACS seeks to share their experience with other subregions, including Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia, which otherwise interact bilaterally on these matters. Connectivity has long been a natural, but also historical and market-constructed challenge for the Caribbean. Better maritime and air transport has the potential to catapult the Greater Caribbean region into the echelons of sustainable development that drove the founding ACS members to identify transport from the onset as a key area of cooperation for the Greater Caribbean. As an industry on its own, and one that can enable other critical industries, namely trade and tourism, transport is the real engine of Caribbean growth. Recognizing that traditional service providers have individually or sub-regionally been unable to cure these ills that plague Caribbean connectivity, the ACS has tabled an ambitious air and maritime transport logistics strategy that seeks to engage both the public and private sector and harness digital technology to achieve, in a phased approach, Greater Caribbean connectivity. The promotion of pilot projects for multi-country public-private partnerships for the provision of transport services delivered across common digital platforms would be premised on the new rules applicable to PPPs that treat same as incomplete contracts, thus reducing the risks that PPPs have had in the past. The first envisioned pilot ferry projects are in early discussion with ECLAC and more recently with CDB and World Bank. The potential for synergy with the CARICOM priority of reducing food imports, increasing inter and intra-regional food production and trade for heightened food security and the greater Caribbean priority of recovering and rendering more resilient its tourism industry, a mainstay for many as it regards revenue generation, makes it multi-country, digitally supported transformation on how the Caribbean does transport critically important. We need to develop the highways of the seas to interconnect the greater Caribbean, similar to the ones that operate in the Mediterranean and other regions of the world. Only then we will be able to develop the niche multi-destination tourism industry. Such transformation also engenders sustainable new green and blue job growth. The greater Caribbean as a potential green and blue paradise, a purveyor of global environmental services built into its consumption and industrial offer is its collective comparative advantage, a calling card for the region. The ACS is driven by the perception of movement as an opportunity, the opportunity to know the peoples, markets, and investment opportunities for the region better, whether it is for the perspective of micro, small, or medium enterprise, or a sub-regional one looking beyond a linguistically homogeneous region to a vaster, greater Caribbean one. Our development interventions trend in that direction. Yesterday, we had a rich discussion with regards to the MBI and the data needed to be able to achieve its objectives. We also endorse the MBI, but have subscribed to the RDA proposed by the Caribbean Development Bank, because we agree that vulnerability is also affected by the time it takes to recover. And that, of course, adds a whole new dimension of data that needs to be collected and analyzed. But we see the need for data for many other purposes. We have proposed the creation of an observatory that will facilitate data analytics in the business sense also. Market intelligence, so that our business community can identify new markets and trends. Data can also provide policymakers with information to support planning in all areas. I believe that statistics are the quantitative base for planning. Integration of the greater Caribbean may be a very ambitious objective, but at the ACS, we feel that in this multipolar world, it is the time for collective action, and multilateral mechanisms are the way to move forward, creating synergies and complementarities, as the title of this panel suggests, through regional and global partnership. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Minister Peters, Honorable Ministers, representatives of countries. Thank you so much for the kind invitation to the United Nations Development System in the region. One minor correction to my introduction. I am the UN Resident Coordinator serving in Guyana, and I also represent the UN Development Systems posturing in the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean right now, as the chair of the UN Cooperation Framework for the region. I have previously served as UNDP representatives, but we have our UNDP and other UN country team colleagues in the room who are here personally themselves, so I'm not it. First of all, thank you so much to our host country, Suriname, for this excellent hosting of this event, and for me to be part of a member state dialogue on very important issues facing our region. In some ways, I would like to compare what I do, my work, to what ECLAC has been doing with member states. My colleagues at ECLAC gather you around the table so that member states of the region have aligned views and perspectives to take to the global platform. My job is slightly different. My job is to align a UN posture of development cooperation in the individual jurisdictions where we operate as the UN development system. There's been much talk about whether the Caribbean is getting enough attention from the international development cooperation architecture. And as representatives of, or as the representative of the UN development system in the region, I can tell you that that's something that also pains us quite a bit too. In 2019, we did a review of our posture in the of our footprint in the region and came up with a bunch of proposals, etc. And unfortunately, our response was not what you had in mind, a greater Caribbean, but rather a UN organization, a collaborative UN presence in the region that is targeting the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean rather than the greater Caribbean. It reflects, of course, a lot of the bureaucracies and a lot of the limitations of how an international organization works. As I said, my job is to make sure that the UN presence in the region serves your interests. With respect to partnerships and the topic of today's discussion, first of all, allow me to express the huge thanks and appreciation to the member states of the region for this amazing commitment to multilateralism. In some ways, when I hear that there's a sense that the multilateral system maybe has failed the region keeps coming back as even a stauncher supporter of the multilateral system and partnership with the United Nations. And of course, in your call for greater attention to the needs of SIDS and the region writ large, you have no stronger advocate than the Secretary General himself, who has not only tabled the MBI work, but also has advocated for greater powers of the UN agencies to mobilize in the Caribbean region. I'll make 3 points. One is the way we're organized, so our cooperation framework that covers the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean is all about getting greater assets and finances, including finances, into the region, into what you call the diplomatic and operational toolbox. There are things out there, and ultimately our work is about getting those to the region and serving your national development needs and your national development priorities, rather. In so doing, the second point I'll make is all about development partnerships with IFIs, with other international development partners, and increasingly through the South-South cooperation framework. And in closing, I'll make a few points on data as an enabler for SDG 17, the goal on partnerships, but also as an enabler for SDGs itself. As I said, we're organized in one cooperation framework that covers all the countries of the region. We're pretty well networked among ourselves. I'm very happy to see that some members of the UN country team, UNICEF, UNDP, and WFP are right next to me. So we're all here and we're organized under a framework that is approved by all the member states in the region in the cooperation framework, signed and sealed, and we operate through joint work plans. So in some ways, we try to bring you the best of the UN. As I said, access to financing and access to development partnership resources is part and parcel of how we work. There's been a lot of talk about innovative financing, but I don't want to belittle also the existing toolboxes, existing resources that your UN agency partners are working on day in, day out to make sure that countries in the region benefit from them. These range from Global Partnership for Education, which UNICEF is championing, to new platforms that, for instance, the World Bank's putting forward for pandemic preparedness, to make sure that your countries get a slice of those pies. The UN agencies that you partner with are working day in, day out. And trust you me, it's not usually apparent. I serve in Guyana, where often Guyana is excluded from certain global programs and funding frameworks. And it's usually me at the end of the line talking to the purveyors of these funding frameworks saying, wait, we don't have the MBI yet. I know we don't have the data yet, but our development context requires us to be part of these global funding frameworks. And that was very much apparent even during COVID. And consequently, in a lot of areas that seem sort of maybe downstream to you, but A lot of the global funds, for instance, for HIV, AIDS, malaria, etc. Increasingly, our countries are falling off those lists, and it's your development partners on the ground who are trying to get the countries back onto these lists, because we realize that GDP per capita is not speaking to the real needs on the ground. So that would be my first point, that there are quite a few development partnership or there are the vertical funds and quite a few funding frameworks that your UN agency partners are actually mobilizing for the benefit of the region. I would like to also mention some of the environmental funds like GEF, Global Green Climate Fund, all of which UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, you will find FAO working with you in accessing those funds. The second point is with respect to development partnerships organization on the ground. You will often find your UN resident coordinator serving in your country, organizing development partnership groups. And mention was made of an increasingly polarized world order, where it seems that the world is being fragmented and different perspectives in the region. Countries of the region find themselves, when elephants trample, what happens to grass. Your UN partners on the ground, led by the UN resident coordinators, my colleagues, convene development partners groups, trying to align on the basis of our cooperation framework, trying to align multiple donor interests with national interests, as well as trying to expand the donor universe for the benefit of the development aspirations and SDG aspirations of the countries in the region. And that does include bringing together often partners who don't sit around the same table. So that's one. And the second is, in that context, is South-South cooperation. I'd be remiss if I said that we've leveraged South-South cooperation as well as we should have. In the countries of the region, the government of India has been a big player in terms of South-South cooperation, where UN agencies have also been partners. However, there are a lot more opportunities in this, and I'm very much inspired by Mr. Sabon's comments on the greater Latin America integration, and your UN agency partners should be indeed your partners of choice in accessing some of those broader partnerships. Third point and final point is on data. Yesterday, I was very inspired by the presentations of Suriname and Jamaica on the data offices, on the national data machinery, and how their work has been actually facilitated through the partnerships, or that their capacity to provide authoritative, timely, and credible data has been facilitated through partnerships with UN agencies, some of whom present in this room, notably UNICEF, UNFPA, UNDP. That is essential. Without solid data, the whole thing about the whole argument we're making, from MVI to greater focus and attention on our own regional SDG challenges, will really not land anywhere. So I encourage you to continue to invest on the data partnerships in all the jurisdictions of the country, of the countries that you represent. And indeed, SDG 17 is about data capacities and partnerships. And in so doing, there are some really great examples in the region, especially in our host country, Suriname, where the integrated national funding framework work of UNDP with other UN partners has been promoted to link not only your data collection capacity, but to link your expenditures and day-to-day budget performance to SDG realization. So that's really something very important to keep in mind. As I said, for improving SDGs achievement in the country, partnerships, it's a no-brainer. Of course, we know it's all about partnerships, but on the ground, your UN agency partners, coordinated through the cooperation framework, are on the ground already accessing existing vertical funds, supporting you accessing vertical funds and other sources that are available out there for education, for health, and others, but also innovating in getting new resources out there. And it's probably very appropriate that I hand over the floor to my colleague from WFP, who in Guyana, where I serve, in other countries, has been at the forefront of pioneering some of these interesting financing mechanisms for disaster resilience and social protection. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, moderator, Honorable Minister Peters, distinguished panel, honorable ministers and representatives of government, colleagues, particularly ECLAC as well for organizing and inviting us. So the World Food Program opened its multi-country office based in Barbados just 4 years ago. And we now have presence in 8 countries in the English-speaking Caribbean and have been strengthening our collaboration with governments around the region. We've been partnering with CARICOM and its entities such as SEDIMA, national governments, UN, and other development partners on a variety of joint priorities. But today I'd like to focus in on 2 specific slides that articulate examples of partnering for more resilient systems that WFP is working on in the Caribbean at the intersection of social protection, disaster management, and disaster risk financing. So I know yesterday there was a presentation from CRIF, and CRIF is really an excellent tool for a region that's so vulnerable to climate shocks like the Caribbean. However, at the same time, the financial impacts of climate shocks on SIDS, as you all know, can be astronomical. Governments have to choose how to allocate their resources among a number of competing priorities when events do occur. And unfortunately, most vulnerable people risk not being adequately supported to meet their essential needs in those early days, weeks, and months, and to fully recover. So at the World Food Program, we've been working with the governments of Dominica and Belize to top up the levels of CRIF coverage of each country. And we've been linking that augmented coverage and associated additional payouts with our engagement with social protection ministries. And these efforts aim to strengthen social protection programs and systems to better support populations who are impacted by shocks, economic, climatic, or otherwise, including through the provision of cash transfers to impacted populations. And so these top-ups serve a couple of purposes. First, they incentivize investments and partnerships to strengthen the underlying social protection systems. Investments support the potential scale up in times of shock, which, as you all know, proved extremely useful in the Caribbean over the last 2.5 years with the pandemic and now the war in Ukraine and the socioeconomic impacts of those events. But these investments also improve the underlying systems to better deliver social assistance in general. And second, it ensures that governments have dedicated resources to support impacted populations more comprehensively after the initial distribution of food and non-food items are exhausted. So through this partnership, there are several commitments being made. First, the ministries of finance are committing to allocate a proportion of any payout equal or greater than to that the top-up represents of the overall premium coverage. And they allocate that to the Social Protection Ministry for cash transfers in the event of a payout. Now, ministries of social protection commit to making the necessary investments in the areas of data management, vulnerability analysis and targeting, delivery mechanisms that simplify cash transfers, and others. We've talked a bit about the MVI. One of the things WFP has been working with in the context of St. Lucia is how do we strengthen an understanding of household vulnerabilities. So we've developed a household vulnerability index that helps us predetermine some of those populations that are most vulnerable, most at risk, and most likely to be severely impacted when shocks occur. Now, for the World Food Program, we commit to financing the top-up while also supporting the Social Protection Ministry with the various investments in their systems. And all of the 3 commit to strengthen the disaster risk financing planning in the country through the development of related strategies in order to phase out these top-ups over time. So what does this serve? First, this will help to reduce the need to request international assistance when shocks occur. It provides predictable financing for assisting populations. For example, in Dominica this year, the maximum payout would provide $5.3 million for cash transfers, which would allow the government and WFP to assist nearly 20,000 people for 6 months. That 5.3 million is just linked to the top-up being supported by the World Food Program and is in addition to what they would have otherwise received as a payout. And we also think this model could be explored for other targeted interventions where the regional pooling of risks may make more sense due to the economies of scale that other panelists have talked about. Now, this could possibly include targeted support to smallholder farmers and fisher folk, but more work needs to be done on this front and a bit more analysis. Now, if we can go to the second slide. This one is a slightly more ambitious approach to meeting the needs of vulnerable populations in light of the climate crisis. And I can tell you, I get a lot of raised eyebrows when I first start presenting this. So I'll be looking closely at all of your eyes to see what happens. But as you know, when we see a potential tropical cyclone risk or a flooding risk, governments and your disaster management offices advise populations to take certain measures. Stock up on non-perishable food and water, board up windows, go to a shelter, etc. Unfortunately, the most vulnerable don't have the means to do this, so they just have to hope for the best, which is not the most ideal strategy. And so what we're proposing is what's known around the world as forecast-based financing. And this implies taking specific actions based on the forecast of an event, a hurricane, flooding, drought, rather than waiting until after the event occurs. And actions can include preemptive cash transfers to the most vulnerable to facilitate them taking the recommended actions. So again, that links to analysis and data collection and the household vulnerability index example I gave from St. Lucia. It could also trigger pre-positioning of food and water in shelters rather than telling a population to come to shelters with their own food and water. Or facilitating targeted water subsidies for farmers at risk of drought, amongst others. Now, there's a few challenges here, I'll be honest, right? And so this is where the eyebrows come up. Of course, the political challenge that this poses, and I often hear from government counterparts, is what happens if that hurricane doesn't impact the population and we've provided cash transfers. My answer to that is simple. With good targeting in that scenario, the worst thing we've done is provide very poor and vulnerable people with some additional resources. And the food and water that they purchase can be used. And at the end of the day, they were better prepared for that event. The other trick here is how do we go from a forecast, using a hurricane as an example, if it's, we typically have 4 to 5 days, say, advance notice of a decent likelihood that an island is at a heavier risk. So how do we go within that period of 4 to 5 days to getting cash in hand of vulnerable populations? Now, this can link with WFP and partner governments' efforts on digital financial inclusion and strengthening delivery mechanisms, as well as digitalization of processes to be more agile, to be quicker. We're exploring the creation of a small fund within the region in partnership with a limited number of countries to test this one out. This will require participating governments to work with us to develop the related plans and strengthen the related systems to be able to do this. But really what we're trying to enter in for the next hurricane season is a testing of the mechanisms. And so now for both the CRIF top-ups and this forecast-based financing, what we're focused on is how we ensure greater support to shock-impacted populations, recognizing that governments have a number of competing priorities when these events occur. And I've seen it firsthand. Do you get the wharf back up and running so you can get tourism revenue back? Do you fix that bridge that was destroyed so that people can move about and access markets and get back to their jobs? Do you assist the population that was impacted? Obviously, governments do all of these, but there's within a fiscal limitation. What we're trying to do is increase that predictability of assistance to the impacted population before, during, and after events occur. We also see an opportunity to grow this approach by having this as a broader regional fund, linking into the loss and damage agenda related to climate change, which has already been discussed. Populations in the Caribbean, as you know, are suffering most from the impacts of the climate crisis, and we believe more can be done to support governments in the region. Clearly, more must be done to address the multiple risks the climate crisis presents, but we also know that these events will continue to impact populations. So we also need to be prepared to respond, and to respond quickly, and to respond robustly. We would also like to explore linkages with the Green Climate Fund and a regional mechanism such as the Caribbean Resilience Fund as a way to further scale this up, building on the work that we're doing in a limited number of countries. So with that, I will stop and pass the mic back to the moderator. Thank you.
And thanks to all the members of the panel for a series of very good ideas. I'd just like to focus on a little bit of what we've heard from our panel. Dr. Alexis began by emphasizing how important partnership is for CARICOM's operations. And he focused on the new shift in focus in the Secretariat at the moment, which emphasizes SDG 17 and a more vigorous pursuit of international partnerships. And he gave us some practical case studies of what has happened in recent times. The area of de-risking and lobbying with global actors, in particular, some of the Caribbean's traditional partners, such as the United States, to try to deflect the impact of de-risking on regional banks. He also gave the example of Dominica and climate change and multilateral partnerships in general, and a very focused example of Dominica and its pursuit of climate resilient development and the partnership strategy that Dominica has devised to support its efforts in that regard. Ambassador Sabonghe gave us a range of reflections on cooperation and partnership in the Greater Caribbean, an area which is tremendously diverse, and its diversity can generate tremendous opportunities for resource sharing and building solidarity and Caribbean resilience. He focused in particular on the possibilities for North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation in this region, the leverage of our consortium of development banks that operate in the Greater Caribbean, and sharing, capacity building, and forming clusters of expertise across the Greater Caribbean. And he ended by emphasizing the importance of transport as one of the most vital engines of Caribbean growth, optimizing our use of public-private partnerships while at the same time trying to reduce the risks that are inherent in some of these partnerships. And the use of data analytics in the Greater Caribbean area, particularly to focus on recovery, post-disaster recovery, and also to use our Caribbean environment and to really collectively develop our environmental advantages as competitively as we can. I must apologize to Ms. Oruk for getting your designation wrong, but as resident coordinator of the United Nations in the region, I think she gave us great insight into what the current United Nations strategy for the Caribbean, the CARICOM region is. And she focused not only on the cooperation framework that has been devised, but the convening of development partner groups to ensure that Caribbean countries are not excluded from development partnerships because of our middle income status. The importance of the important role that our UN partners play in leveraging our South-South cooperation partners, and also the very essential role that is played by United Nations agencies in data generation, contributing to data generation in this region, which of course is a vital area for partnerships. And finally, you have heard some very original approaches to to disaster risk finance strategies from Mr. Chapman, and how to devise innovative ways to preparing in advance for the impact of disasters on Caribbean most vulnerable populations. And I'm sure that his proposals are going to generate a lot of discussion this morning. So without any further ado, I open the floor for your comments in response to 4 excellent presentations. I see Suriname. I recognize the Surinamese delegate.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And I really want to congratulate all the presenters for the information that they have provided us. I always love to sit in this type of a gathering where I get such valuable information from all the work that is being conducted in our region, all the successes in the region in specific member states. We are all aware of the dwindling resources, and it's going to get worse because we all know what's happening in Europe. We know the devastation in the US now with the hurricanes and so on. So it's not going to get better. The experience is that what is happening now is member states, regional organizations, and IDPs are competing for the same amount of lessening resources. And I had mentioned this yesterday also, and I'm mentioning this again today. Because what is happening is that when member states or regional organizations approach partners, partners send you to the cooperation of the UN agencies, because now the UN agencies are working together and they get the funds, they own the funds. Yes, they're getting the management fees, so they own the funds. Why I'm saying they own the funds? Because regional organizations, member states, all they can do is assist the agencies in spending the monies for certain priorities that have been agreed before and which the UN agencies have in their so-called strategic plan, or whatever, if you want to call it that. What I want to ask is, with recovery and resilience, and what the UN agencies, the way they are working currently, how do you see that going hand in hand? Because it takes a gathering like this to get informed about all that is taking place in our region. Okay? It has been asked several times for transparency, to prevent duplication and to prevent triplication and so on, to look at best practices. Share the information of what UN agencies are doing in member states, in which areas, with all the other member states, with the regional organizations, but it's not being done. And I've listened very carefully to the last presenter. Thank you very much for the information. And I am wondering all the good work that is being done, but yesterday we spent a lot of time in listening about the CRIF and Resilience Fund and what CDB is doing. And I'm wondering, but what is preventing us from working together? I really don't understand this thing. You know, so what will it take for us and for all the organizations to really work together? Because that will also benefit the South-South cooperation. If Suriname doesn't know what UNDP or this cooperation or whoever is doing what in Jamaica or in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, how do you want to deal with South-South cooperation? You don't even know what's going on in other countries. Right? So yes, we want South-South cooperation, but we need to know what is happening there. And if we only assist, we don't have the ownership. Okay? What about sustainability? We heard yesterday what's happening with statistics. You get the money, the consultants coming in, you have a few people from the member state, you implement. The money is not there anymore, what happens? It's a waste of money because you can't continue. And again, I'm sorry, it's taxpayers' money, you know, we often forget, and I always have to say this. All the UN agencies and CRIF and whatever we are doing, this is valuable taxpayers' money that could have been spent otherwise. So if we do not incorporate in what we're doing the sustainability aspect, we're wasting taxpayers' money. And due to transparency, and taxpayers need to know what's going on with their money, I really want to urge, implore, again, that we share the information, that we do not duplicate and triplicate, and that we please cooperate with each other. Yes, you can have partnerships, but partnership and partnership are two things. If we don't talk to each other, if we do not try to save monies and spending it other ways also, right? It's really a waste. So those are my concerns and my specific question. Thank you.
There are other comments from the floor at this point, and I would like to also invite all online attendees to submit their questions and their comments to the Zoom chat, via the Zoom chat. At this time, we're very anxious to get your contribution also. Thank you. Well, no other comments now. I'd like to ask the, thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador Thomas.
I really want to very strongly endorse the comments of Suriname. At a previous Caribbean meeting, I made the suggestion that the resident coordinators, particularly those in Barbados, in the Caribbean, should act as a sort of clearinghouse and a coordinator of the best practices and mechanisms that were being used to address various problems across the SIDS regions, and in so doing, then connect us and better enable us to facilitate South-South cooperation. You know, at the time I was told it was such a wonderful idea, but of course nobody has done anything about it. But really that is the way that it can be done, since all of the resident coordinators, one would assume, are not acting territorially, and that they are in communication with one another, and they do have all of the information. And therefore, all it is with the technology is a matter of creating a list around certain thematic ideas and indicating who is doing what where, and who is the contact person to be able to get the information for accessing the consultants or the technical information or otherwise. You know, in the Caribbean, we're really very good. We're very bright. We're very creative, and we are exceptional at articulating our positions. But we really need to find a way to do things better. And equally, that is true of the UN. I have now gone through UN iterations of one UN and you know, various slogans and so, but I have not seen a better coordinated result of strategic action that delivers for the people of the Caribbean and for other small island developing states. And given the multiple crises which we are now facing, which significantly threaten the well-being of the people of the region, we really have to start moving from conversation to implementation and action. And in climate change, it is at crisis levels. And I'm going to pause before I start getting passionate again, because then people come across and tell me, oh, you are so passionate. I love it, as if I'm just being passionate but talking nonsense, and it doesn't matter after that, because, you know, I've discharged my duty to get emotional.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Thompson. I think that some of what you are suggesting used to happen. The exchange of the dissemination of information, and maybe we have let it slide. And I just wanted to mention quickly, I heard about a year ago of a UNDP, I think it was fostered by UNDP, an initiative to put together platforms where experiences were exchanged amongst South-South partners. And that also sounded very useful for many of our countries. I would like to invite the ECLAC representative, Professor Aline, over to you.
Thank you, Jessica. Just two things. I have for years been puzzled by the fact that when the World Bank and the IMF roll into town, other agencies stand back. And there is really no cooperation until they declare what the IMF package is. And then we come in and pick up the pieces, so to speak. I'm just being dramatic. But the point is, why is there no collaboration? Suriname is engaging in the IMF program, Barbados. I've always wrestled with that thing. Why is it? And I know the agencies have different areas of expertise, but it seems to me counterproductive that we are not able to roll into town with them as well and to address the problems that we face. So that's my question. There are historical reasons. The other thing is that you are well aware, Jessica, of a study that you did recently for ECLAC, in which we could find very little data on South-South cooperation. I think you did Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Lucia, I think. But the point I want to make is that there is no database that allows us to see what the interaction is in terms of South-South cooperation. We know enormous flows of resources, capacity building, people going to Mexico for training and elsewhere. And we have to fix things for ourselves. You know, this has nothing to do with the international communities. We must fix things we could fix.
Now we should hand over to the panel to respond to some of this first round of comments. No.
How do you want us to do it here?
I don't have any preference. I'll leave it to the panel to decide. Okay. The questions were here.
Thank you so much. I will take on some of the questions I appreciate them very much. If I may, I understand there are two issues, I think. One is the proliferation of instruments out there that make it very difficult for member states to maneuver. And the UN and the broader international development community is guilty as charged for that proliferation. There are multiple instruments out there. Ultimately, for the person on the street, it doesn't matter if it's UN, World Bank, IDB, whatever. We need to get our act together in consolidating and making sure that we don't proliferate and fragment the very little resources that are out there. So that point's well taken. I'm a little worried that it's above my pay grade to do it. But the member states keep raising it, and to be honest, I don't have an answer to it. With respect to knowing what's happening across countries, and what the second point is the issue of, maybe there are 3 points. One is proliferation. The second is the position raised by the representative from Suriname, which, trust you me, I hear in Guyana as well. The role of UN entities serving as an access to finance rather than, instead of access to finance, rather than competing for resources. That is my biggest headache as well. As the UN resident coordinator, agencies, you're right. There are many instances where the funding resources are seen by agencies as a project funding resource rather than resources that are allocated to your countries. These are allocated to your countries. If and when agencies seem to be in the middle, that's a problem. And I would be the first one to acknowledge that. And I hear it very loud and clear from the government of Guyana that the already fragmented financing architecture is further complicated by UN agencies serving as conduits. And yes, of course, overheads and management fees apply. That's just the way we all work. I'm not questioning that. But this notion that agencies implement their own programs needs to be dispelled. And that is part and parcel of my job, to make sure that agencies are not delivering their own projects. There should not be a UNICEF project, a UN Women project. It is in where I serve in Guyana, it should be the government's project where we all contribute to and support to. And it's a challenge, I realize, and I, again, don't necessarily have one answer, but the UN reform and the role of the UN coordination is in part to respond to this, so that we're not scrambling around competing, first of all, among ourselves, then with our regional partners, then with others in resource management. And I really take that, I hear that, and as I said, my function is to try to mitigate that as best as possible. I understand that it's probably not working as well as I would like it to. And then the final issue about information sharing, again, we have all UN agencies have, or not all, but most UN agencies have these portals, and they're transparency portals. In principle, anybody could go online and see real time what UN agencies are doing across the region and other countries. But I understand also that member states should not feel that the onus is on individual ministers of staff or staff of national governments to go online and try to figure out what UNDP is doing in Jamaica and what WFP is doing in Barbados. And it should not be necessarily trying you should not have to do that homework. As the UN system, we have struggled quite a bit in trying to put together the UN map of our activities in the region. It will cover all English and Dutch speaking Caribbean, so that at least you can go online and see what the UN agencies are doing on the map by clicking a button. Is it up and running yet? No, it's not. But I hope that it will be soon. So these are not necessarily answers, it's just acknowledgement of the concerns raised, and just to share with you that those concerns raised are part and parcel of my job description as well. I'm not a UN agency. I don't need to be mobilizing funds. My job is to provide that coherence to you. And I hope that it works better now that we have a new cooperation framework to which your governments have agreed. Thank you.
Very much. Would another member of the panel care to join in? Dr. Alexis?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And let me thank the delegation from Suriname and Barbados for the points raised. Yes, it is. Yes, I just simply want to raise one issue which links to Dylan's question, and perhaps whilst this may be a conversation that needs to be reflected in other fora and in other at other levels, there is merit in recommendations coming from us to put forward to our principals, really, maybe in New York and in Washington, D.C., for greater collaboration and coordination on multilateralism. Because really and truly at the level of, at the national level, and for us in CARICOM, we do recognize some of the points raised by Ambassador Suknandan from Suriname when it comes to a shrinking pot of funds, whilst at the same time there is increasing demand for resources. That is an issue that can be ventilated here, yes, but that's certainly a recommendation from this meeting that would then segue into higher levels where our principals in New York and Washington, D.C. can find value in ensuring greater coordination for the survival of multilateralism, because that is perhaps what is most under threat here.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'm only going to address a couple. One has to do with the database for South-South cooperation. One of the things that we are doing we'll be presenting in our next International Cooperation Conference, which will be held in November in Cuba, is we will be presenting a catalog of South-South cooperation that has been put together from all of our 25 member states, including also the 10 associates. And the idea is essentially to be building on that. It's the first time we do it, but I understand that there is a need for it. And of course, this will be one way to support the member states in that respect. And the other thing that I wanted to address with regards to resources, what we have found as a question that comes from potential partners is really, where is it the best way to have the effective use of resources? And this is what I was referring to in the context of transport. There is no solution, a partial solution to the transport issues in this greater Caribbean region. It can only be addressed at the greater Caribbean region level, because transport will not look at sub-regions. It will not look at individual countries. If we are going to provide a solution, it has to be cross-cutting. It has to take into consideration where the main hubs of transport exist and why they exist. It is not just a matter of building infrastructure. There are many white elephants all over the world that have been built, build it and they'll come. In transport, it doesn't work like that. You really need to work backwards. And that is why what we're providing as a solution is really looking at the way to establish a regional transport solution that includes all You cannot have only a regional transport solution for some. That's not the way transport operates. But in that respect, when we approach global partners with respect to resources, we are telling them, okay, we can work together with the sub-regional organizations to come up with a logistics and maritime and air transport strategy. But it has to be holistic. It cannot be only for some states or for some groups of states. And that is something where I think that we can work together. That's why I mentioned how we need to work and make complementary rather than in competing for the scarce resources that are out there. Something similar also happens with respect to climate change. I mean, climate change is something that is affecting the whole region. It is not only affecting a few of the countries or some of the sub-regions. I mean, all we need to do is follow Julia or follow Jan. I mean, they just went across regardless of borders, regardless of political regimes. So we really need to make sure that we focus as a region in trying to access those scarce resources.
I maybe just want to build on Yeshim's comments with perhaps a couple of concrete examples, because I think while certainly all of us within the UN system see that there's room for improvement, and I think great strides have been made, even if it is, the latest sort of jargon that's being used. But I think there have been concerted efforts to strengthen partnerships across the UN system. And I want to give two quick examples here in the Caribbean. And Minister Peters would know firsthand this first one, which is, of course, in the aftermath of last year's volcanic eruption in La Soufriere. Around 20,000 people, or 20%-ish of the population were displaced. And I think what we saw there was really this combination of not where it wasn't a competition for resources, but it was a coming together of capacities. And those were capacities under the leadership of the national government through the National Emergency Management Organization, or NEMO, regional counterparts like SEDEMA from the CARICOM, and international partners such as the World Food Program and other UN agencies. And what we were able to do, I think, in a very short time is really look at a number of areas where those three tiers of capacities came together to serve populations that were at that moment in a time of suffering, right? And I think that we can also look at the role of SEDEMA as a bit of a model within the region for coordination, for information sharing, for creating economies of scale where they don't otherwise exist. And I think the disaster management functions within the Caribbean are really a good example in that regard. The other example I want to give is in St. Lucia. Yeshim mentioned some of these funds that have been made available for governments. And so one of those such funds is the joint SDG fund. And the World Food Program, UNICEF, UN Women, UNDP, and ILO received some of this funding in the first round. It was received just before COVID started. And of course, COVID changed everything, right? And we were working, it was all around social protection. And at the same time, the World Bank was working with the government around a new loan, a policy loan that had aspects of social protection to it as well. And really what we were able to do as 5 agencies and the World Bank is ground our support under the leadership of the Ministry of Equity, the ministry that oversees social assistance in St. Lucia. And it was them driving the coordination across the 5 agencies and with the World Bank. And what we were able to do with that is, so the World Bank has, as they always do, they have certain performance indicators within their loans. And if certain things are met, then other things come along. And what we were able to do through that joint SDG fund is, as the World Food Program, we were able to mobilize humanitarian resources that otherwise aren't typically available within the Caribbean. So we were helping to increase, ever marginally, the availability of resources in the Caribbean. But by doing that, we brought more resources to the government scale up of their social assistance in those early days of COVID-19. and a scale up of social assistance by about 33% of their flagship cash transfer program was what was expected in year 5 of this loan from the World Bank to trigger then a permanent and expansion of the social assistance program. With the support and the additional resources we were able to bring to the table, we were able to help the government achieve that within 6 to 10 months. So again, I think we need to, shift a little bit around whether or not we're competing for the same resources. There are finite resources available in the world. I think what we need to look at is how do we as governments, regional entities, and international organizations do a better job of working together to help achieve the priorities that you have at the national level. And I think there are some really good examples where that is working, and we need to have more of those. Thank you.
Members of the panel, are there more questions or statements from the floor at this point? And I'm again appealing to our online attendees to join in the conversation. We have a wonderful opportunity to get answers to our questions this morning. Yes, Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good morning, everyone. In speaking about global strategic partnerships, I will assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Alexis, that a form of such partnership would be trade agreements, because trade and commerce is what moves funds and capital and strengthens our economies, and in this case helps us to recover quickly. Why I bring this up is I am new to government. I was in the private sector, and through CARICOM, we have done partial trade agreements with countries. The question is, how aggressively are we acting on them? And when I say with other countries, for example, with Colombia, and there are some other countries in South America, I think. For example, with Belize, we had a partial scope agreement with Guatemala that was done maybe about 10 or 15 years ago. We are engaging with Guatemala to expand that partial scope agreement to include more products. It will still remain partial. We have completed an economic cooperation agreement with Taiwan to open our markets for new products. We have approached Mexico, who is a giant, we wanted a partial scope agreement, but they said free trade agreement or none. So we are moving along those lines, and I think that as CARICOM countries, we need to see that this South-South thing, South-to-South cooperation and partnership can work. Because of our geographical position, which we are in the heart of the Caribbean basin and heart of Central America at the same time, I believe, would be a lot of opportunities right along from Mexico, along the Central American coast, going down to South America, that we haven't explored. And I use the word aggressive because I think as CARICOM, we need to step up and engage these countries and see what lies beneath that, I would say, invisible wall, or that wall of fear or doubt, and see what lies there. And that would, I think, lead and fortify the concept of connectivity, the transport, the concept of transport within our region, and make it profitable, because that, in the end, that is what seems to be the big problem. For example, just here to get here, many of us are just stating, we have to go way up north to Miami to come back down to Suriname. What are we doing about it? What will we do about it and take action on it? Will we engage the Mexicans, the Panamanians who are developed hubs? In Belize, we had a very successful CARICOM summit in March of this year. And we also had the CARICOM SICA summit. And our Prime Minister Briceño offered that we are willing to be the bridge for CARICOM and Central America. And we still have that offer open. It's always there. So I believe it's time that we take a stand and take the leap. Start with, talks. Lopez Obrador, the president of Mexico, has a reputation that he doesn't travel outside much, but he visited Belize for a few hours at least. But he visited us, and he was very interested in the free trade agreement. As a matter of fact, he issued a decree that we could sell cattle free of a 15% import tax to Mexico legally, because before that we had to do it informally through the rivers and everything. But so that triggered a lot of economic activity in Belize, and I think as CARICOM we have a lot to offer that people in Central America, and they have big populations in Central America, countries with big we're talking about 17 million in Guatemala, I think 7 million in Salvador, in a landmass that's a little smaller than Belize. Another 14, 15 million in Honduras. Then you get Panama, maybe Mr. Sabon knows what's the population in Panama. We have the Panama Canal, which is actively trading. All those things, I think that we should be able to swim across the swimming pool and reach out to those unexplored horizons that we are just seeing, and we need to take the plunge and swim towards the other shores. Like I said, I stand to be corrected, but that is what I would like to input into this conversation. Thanks.
And I don't think you are alone. There are some other CARICOM countries that have also signed agreements of partial scope with El Salvador, with Panama, and so on. I can think of at least one other one that is going that route. More comments before
Can I just
panel would like to
the
reply?
Honorable Minister from Belize? I see he's already engaging the Assistant Secretary General Makuk, who holds responsibility for the area of trade. So I can perhaps maybe ask Ambassador Makuk. I could probably ask Ambassador Makuk to address the issue with some more technical detail in terms of how we deal with this. But indeed, through the SICA engagements in March in Belize, there were conversations, and I know that steps are being taken. Now, how aggressively are we taking those steps can always be a question, and I would leave the more technical details to the Assistant Secretary General, who deals with the issue of trade, to provide us with some details on how that is being pursued, and whether or not there are any bottlenecks. So Wayne, please, if you can assist here with some more technical information on this particular question.
Okay, thank you. I think the following panel, which will look at integration, may now take a signal that it should address trade in the integration context more fully. I was having a quick word with Minister Cervantes on a specific matter he raised, on which I would prefer to continue the conversation with him bilaterally. But on the broader issue, Article 80 of the treaty provides a special dispensation for Belize. And Belize is authorized under the revised treaty to undertake agreements with its neighbors, provided there is no prejudice, and that will come. And we also have the incoming chair of COTED, Minister Baptiste, here. So the questions that are arising are being heard by the right ears. And sitting next to you, Minister Peters, who was a minister facilitator in the recent WTO ministerial, all of these converge in the conversation that we need to have on CARICOM's posture in international trade. CARICOM at the moment maintains a strong defensive position, which theoretically is the opposite of what one expect of an open set of economies, because you're exposed to trade by definition. Defining the context for that trade through a rules-based arrangement would appear to make sense. But the context in which that is done, given the requirements of the multilateral agreements, has caused the region to be particularly cautious. But the conversations that we're having suggest that we need to revisit that in a careful and considered way. And indeed, it will be a matter that will come up, Minister Baptiste, in the next meeting of COTED. We are not ready to respond to an instruction of the COTED of 2017, which is that the region's trade apparatus provide for the ministers a foresighting of future external trade engagements with a view to discussing policy on this front. We are now looking at a very deliberate way of coming back to the COTED on the basis of that instruction. And in that, we will need to engage member states in specific ways to understand what trade objectives are embedded in their own growth strategies and how that would guide us in undertaking the international arrangements that would complement that. We are receiving overtures from other regions for engagement. Pending this decision of the region, we cannot respond aggressively to these overtures, but that conversation must take place, and it must take place soon. And on the part of member states and the Secretariat, the work that needs to be done is to assess the impacts that could arise from the different arrangements that can be made. There's also a fortuitous development, which we would not have time to discuss in detail, but it will likely arise in the next panel, which is that major countries, in particular the United States, are incubating a new non-market access oriented approach to trade arrangements. If you look at the Indo-Pacific Economic Partnership Framework that is now about to be negotiated, it does not anticipate some of the hard commitments that have been part of the challenge that CARICOM has had to consider in taking a more reserved approach to trade arrangements. So I expect in the next panel, we'll have people like Ambassador Bernal, who has a view on sectorals, for example, that might trigger discussion, Minister Cervantes, that might assist us in addressing your question. So I'm sort of pushing forward a number of the responses, Armstrong, but I think it may situate itself more clearly in the discussion on overall integration into the global system. Because after debt is dealt with, the only way forward is through effective productivity and trade. If we don't increase our trade performance, then the gaps in our balance of payments and balance of trade will have to be met by unsustainable sources. Thank you.
Ambassador McCook. Now, we are getting close to wrapping up. Does any member of the panel wish to make any final comments? Or, oh, yes, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very
Santosha.
much, Chair. I was hesitant to enter this very important discussion by virtue of my late arrival due to other pressing and competing priorities. So I wanted to listen to my colleagues as they ventilated the various issues that constituted that very important topic. So I'm happy to be here at this time and to just add my voice to it. I think when we look at the need for development between Bretton Woods and the new era of neoliberalism, the Caribbean needs to chart a very different course. If we are to move from just political considerations or short-termism to planning the long-term trajectory of the region. Most of the time, politicians are the ones who really engage other partners, go out and World Bank. We have that long-running discussion about GDP per capita. And, you know, I feel the time has come for us to develop a coherent and well-articulated strategy to respond to the challenges of our times. So let us utilize civil society. Let us utilize the academic community. Let us utilize everything that we have to confront the myths that exist where the Caribbean is concerned. And therefore, what is important at this juncture would be that appropriate balance between leadership and collective effort. And so revelation comes to the prepared mind. And politicians must not be afraid to engage with the wider community for us to move forward together. What I prognosticate is a political crisis. Just like we have a recession, we'll have a political recession very soon. In that, persons who are competent will not enter the sphere of politics by virtue of what happens. The day one, they make up stories about you. You have things that you never knew existed about you, okay? Just to gain an unfair advantage. And those who should know better are actually engaged in the gossip as well, depending on which side of the political spectrum that they're on. And so people are getting a bit frustrated that, look, we are in a country and we are making efforts at the political level. We have to deal with GDP per capita. We have to deal with an erosion of trade preferences. We have to deal with decline in official development assistance. All of those things conspiring to interfere with our ability to deliver public services to the people that we represent. And so when the criticisms are all around, those guys are not doing what they're supposed to do. Because there is that notion out there that politicians are just talking on political platform and just making statements, you know, without due consideration to what is rational. But that's not true. Only recently I was coming from the United Nations General Assembly and I was sitting next to a public servant. And I was reading a piece by Justin Rosenberg who said that globalization is dead. And she asked me, what am I reading? And knowing full well that I was a politician. And she said, I didn't know politicians used to read. You know, as if we exist in a vacuum. And I'm telling you, instead of responding negatively to it, we must embrace it as a lesson, you know, for us to, of course, engage even more with the wider public to develop that construct. And it would be a sad day for people to say, I am not going to engage in politics because people just insult you and people abuse you. But we need politicians to continue to play their role as just one of the actors in the drama of development. And so we need to have a wider conversation as to where we are headed. And it will begin at the national level. We present a manifesto for elections, broad policy recommendations. And seldom those broad policy recommendations are distilled into specific policy recommendations that could instigate a concrete response within the decision-making bodies of those who we want to engage with and those we want support. So I think it needs to start there. We distill, we have our national priorities right, grounded in our strategic development priorities, which would inform not just internal development, but external policy. So in the interest of time, I will just take my brief intervention to its logical conclusion.
Thank you very much, Minister Batiste. I think that was an excellent note to conclude on the importance of communication at all levels and by all actors. I was struck listening to the exchanges of this excellent panel by the more things change, the more they stay the same. I remember being involved in a project with UNDP in the early 2000s when UNDP in the Caribbean was building a knowledge repository, looking at good practice projects across the region. And so we went through hundreds of projects and did abstracts of them. Now, I don't know what eventually happened with that project, but it seemed like an excellent piece of work in terms of adding to governments and the general public's knowledge of what was being done and what was being tried in various countries with the assistance of UNDP and other multilateral agencies. I was very, very heartened to hear of the ACS initiative in building a repository on South-South cooperation among its member states and in this region. And I know that ECLAC is involved in a similar enterprise on a different level, looking at South-South cooperation amongst its member states. And as was mentioned, myself and a colleague at the Institute have done 2 case studies in that collection, one on Barbados and SSC and the other on Jamaica and SSC. It is fascinating work. It's very, very important for the region that we can access these examples and learn more from each other's experiences. I think this panel has given us wonderful ideas and shared a lot of information and emphasized the importance of data and of information. I would like to thank all the members of the panel for their contributions this morning and for what we have learned. I would like to thank ECLAC for giving me the opportunity to participate in this meeting. And I'd like to thank the audience for all of your comments. And now I hand back to our
Madam Chair.
distinguished chair. Yes?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I beg leave
Yes.
to just make one comment. It's a lingering concern of mine. When the
Yes,
sister spoke
Representative
about people telling her that she's emotional, I want her to take solace in the words of a great American orator who said that sometimes people advance the arguments emotionally and advance their emotions argumentatively.
I think I will let Minister Batiste have the last word. And we will now proceed to the coffee break. This panel is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I want to thank Madam Moderator and all the panelists for your contributions this morning. This panel was very informative. And, you know, as I sat here and I reflected, and my friend Regis did mention the partnership that we had during the eruption and the recovery period for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that every organization represented here played a pivotal role in assisting the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in its response. Our CARICOM colleagues, our ACS colleagues, the UN, WFP. And, you know, I just want to put on record my thanks and appreciation on behalf of the government and people. It was a very difficult time, but with good friends, it's good to have good friends in bad times, and with good friends, we were able to get over that hurdle. So I want to thank you. We now proceed to the coffee break. Thank you. on our final agenda item today. This panel will focus on economic restructuring and diversification for deeper integration of the Caribbean with Latin America and in the global economy. As the sub-region explores opportunity for greater global partnership, it must be complemented by economies structurally prepared to capitalize on these alliances. The economic restructuring and diversification of Caribbean economies is critical to buttressing these economies from negative external shocks. It is therefore important to continue exploring strategies that advance efforts towards economic restructuring and diversification, and also identify ways of deepening the integration of the Caribbean into Latin America and the global economy, with a focus on facilitating robust growth and sustainable development. I am therefore pleased to invite Ambassador Wayne McCook, Assistant Secretary General, Single Market and External Trade of the CARICOM Secretariat, to moderate this session. Ambassador McCook, the floor is yours.
Mr. Peters, Ms. Diane Corliss of ECLAC Caribbean and the ECLAC team, our conveners, ministers, ambassadors, senior officials, and experts, good morning. Our topic is economic restructuring and diversification towards deepening integration of the Caribbean into Latin America and the global economy. We approach a discussion this session having benefited from rich discussions on inter alia issues of resilience, recovery and growth, financing and investment, debt, natural disasters and climate change, MVI and RDA, and the effort to reset the models for financing and development cooperation, which our region considers flawed in its reliance on the per capita metric, data and statistics, solidarity and partnerships. And I would add to the discussion on solidarity and partnerships, a matter that emerged towards the end of the last panel, which is coherence and complementarity. Going into the panel, I would mention a few points. What are the objectives for restructuring and diversification? And why is doing this with the aim of deeper regional and global integration important? What are the challenges to restructuring and diversification, and how might they be overcome? What are the practical steps towards restructuring that we should envisage? How and in what ways can we drive real diversification? And how will deepened integration and strengthened connection to the multilateral trading system and the global economy support the goals of sustained economic growth and sustainable development? The responsibility for taking this conversation further lies with the excellent panel that I'm honored to moderate. I begin. Mr. Sheldon McLean is currently the coordinator of the Economic Development Unit at the UN ECLAC and has also served as a regional trade policy advisor to the CARICOM Secretariat, trade specialist with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Trinidad and Tobago, and research associate with the former CRNM. He's currently leading ECLAC's work on establishing the Caribbean Resilience Fund and implementing liability management operations in select Caribbean countries. I turn to you, Sheldon, to begin the panel's discussion.
Thanks again, Chairman. My presentation today, and you can move to the other slide, will address regional integration, structural change in the Caribbean region. I think the juncture at which the Caribbean economies find themselves at this point in time is at the intersection of three critical issues or paths: regional integration, which is essentially the economic integration between one or two parties or countries or regions, in an attempt to strengthen trade ties. There are varying levels of this economic integration. It could be partial scope trade agreements, where these two countries or two regions agree to liberalize some measure of trade and remove quotas. There's the free trade agreement where both parties attempt to liberalize what is termed in multilateral trade terms, almost all trade, which means they try to remove at least 85% of the trade barriers between each other. Then there's a custom union, which we just slap on a common external tariff to a PSA or FTA. Then there's a common market, which allows for the free movement of labor and capital. There's also the economic and monetary union, which is a bit deeper and maybe consistent with what we have found in the EU, where we have a harmonization of economic policy and the use of a common currency. CARICOM in conceptualizing its CSME, we were to move that step forward towards the single economy. Then there's a political union, which is a bit deeper. Industrialization, which is essentially the shift from a dependence on agriculture towards manufacturing. Structural transformation or structural change, which is essentially where you have a higher share of high productivity, technology, and high income generation activities within a specific economy. We have reached that proverbial fork in the road. And in order to ensure the structural change and quickening of growth of Caribbean economies, we must now choose the correct path forward. The revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which governs our regional integration, speaks to, and there's some issues on the slide here with respect to trade relations, but it speaks to fostering industrialization, fostering the regionalization of production within the Caribbean as a means of quickening economic development. We're going to try to have an examination of the extent to which we have achieved that. So despite opening our economies, acquiescing to liberalization under the multilateral trading system, and having a commitment to regional integration as a first step towards integrating our economies into the multilateral trading system, we find that 60 years later, or after 6 decades of regional integration, and over 4 decades of being part of the WTO, that our share, the region's share of regional goods exports is at 0.9%. But if you were to follow the chart on the line, has been in secular decline. In the services sector, we account for a slightly larger, but still insignificant share of world trade in services. So we have not been able to become exceedingly competitive or relatively competitive in either goods or services, production and export. Trade complementarity. And this is a key concept. This is a key concept which looks at the extent to which our export structures complement the import structures of our major trading partners. We're seeing there's a secular decline, meaning that the production and export within the Caribbean has not kept pace with changing consumption trends in our major trading partners. Intra-regional trade. Intra-regional trade are the building blocks of value chains. We see here that there's probably more intra-industry, intra-regional trade, and maybe some elements of intra-regional trade with the United States, but marginally with SICA and Mercosur, which should be our natural trading partners. And then from the previous slide, we're seeing our complementarity with Latin America decrease over time. We also see that our structure of our production, that 78% of our exports with respect to technological intensity, is either natural resource based or medium to low technology manufacturers. And only 2% of our exports are really high level manufacturers. So what we have noticed here is that the region has not been able to create much technology or engage in key transfer of technology for building dynamic competitive structures. If we look at here, with respect to the services sectors and areas for diversification, it's simple. My time is drawing near, but if we're seeing here that there are not many areas where we have competitive advantage, particularly in the services sector. There are clusters of sectors where we have some potential, and we need to move towards expanding our capitals, so producing and employing capital services. These are some of the major sectors which can become growth pools as we move forward. And essentially, these are in the services sector, and we need to take note of those. And with respect to recommendations, we're seeing the Caribbean Resilience Fund being a key player in providing necessary resources for fostering and financing that structural change. But more importantly, the region needs to engage in modernizing its ICT infrastructure, putting in place a regional e-governance and e-commerce platform, ensure we finance technology accumulation, human capital development, which is a driver of productivity and competitiveness and structural change and research and development, and also engage in modernizing key economic infrastructure with respect to air and sea shipping and value chain management, if we are to use these as key drivers of economic growth and our structural transformation. Thanks, Chair. Chair, I don't even think that was 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. You're 15 seconds over. Our next presenter virtually is Ambassador Richard Bernal. Ambassador Bernal is Professor of Practice in International Economic Policy at the UA and Research Fellow and a member of the Advisory Board of the Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy. Ambassador Bernal, you have the floor.
Good morning. Are you hearing me?
We are.
Yes. Honorable Ministers, Chairman, fellow panelists, I want to take a slightly different approach in the 7 minutes that I have. I want to start with the proposition that a region will grow economically if the participating economies grow with or without formal institutional arrangements. Therefore, I want to focus less on the formal schemes of integration and on national policies which are conducive to intra-regional trade and investment. First, I want to start with the fact that size, it's a mindset that the Caribbean has got to lose. We are in a mindset that says we're small, we can't have economies of scale, we are vulnerable to external factors, etc. I want to suggest that properly conceived, we should not be measuring national physical economies. An economy is a network of international transactions. We should therefore be measuring the production and investment and trade of the globally dispersed Caribbean people. If you measure that and you look at the size of ocean resources which we are entitled to exploit, we are no longer small. Therefore, we need to lose that mindset, indicative of how important the external part of the Caribbean economy is the size of remittances. We have to think differently. Instead of thinking of the foreign investment stock in the Caribbean, let us think about what is the stock of investment which Caribbean people own globally. In Canada, the US, etc., you'll begin to see that the region is not short of capital. So the first point is lose the mindset of small size. Secondly, we have to shift away from a preoccupation with adjustment and resilience and so on. Those are basically defensive and negative approaches to the outside world and to the global economy. They lend themselves to seeing the global economy as an impediment, as a source of exogenous shocks, etc. Replace this with proactive, continuously agile, innovative, structural repositioning, strategic global repositioning. This is a process of continual change, and it is a concept in which we recognize that those that move first and early succeed. Those that react are trapped and lose in the global process because there are winners and losers in the global process. Third point is, let's recognize that even in national markets, the global is the dominant economic activity. And therefore, let us not run from globalization. Let us not try to escape its influence. Let us seize the opportunities and not be dominated by globalization. This requires foresighting, creativity, and speed of decision-making to seize opportunities. My fourth point is that it is firms that trade and invest, not countries. So if you're talking about the international competitiveness of Caribbean economies, you're talking about the competitiveness of its firms. Unfortunately, the majority of Caribbean firms are small by global standards and not able to withstand or to benefit from global competition. Therefore, a focus should be on creating an environment in which Caribbean firms can enlarge and globalization. This could be with government assistance, which is the lesson of Korea, Singapore, etc., that the government worked to promote these firms in their globalization. Also a lesson from China. And that this can happen through mergers, or it can happen with strategic global corporate alliances within these economies or with global players. Fifth point, we have to create a culture of entrepreneurial sprinting. Entrepreneurial sprinting. The speed of decision-making, the speed of seizing opportunities is a critical determinant here. If we can do it in other areas, including athletics, it is clear that the Caribbean has the entrepreneurial talent, but it has to go along with organization, strategic planning, etc. But the emphasis now must be on entrepreneurial sprinting. My final point is that in terms of transforming regional integration in the Caribbean, we are still battling with what is the appropriate size of the region for regional integration. If our firms become capable of international competitiveness, capable of competing in the global economy, then the question of how big the region is not really an issue. And we should lose this because it is defensive. It is defensive. We need to expand the concept of the region. It enlarges the pool of resources. What has happened in our regional integration is we concentrated on trade liberalization, but in a group of small economies, production is undiversified. You're not going to get economies of scale, even in a regional market. So what we should have done is to liberalize services and capital movements. Capital movements will build corporate integration, and it will drive the integration process as it did in Europe and in North America. So, Mr. Chairman, I've tried to stay within my time and to suggest that the action to build the regional integration is not with more development of the formal infrastructures, and that we must get away from the traditional notions of development and to see ourselves as global players and capable of such success in the global economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will break practice by just underlining the fact that Richard, you have opened a line of discussion that shifts the emphases of our discussion so far, and I'm sure will provoke valuable discussion, because the question of defensiveness has prevailed in much of the discussion, and be interesting to hear your focus on an offensive and open approach, how other contributors, both from the floor and the panel, will address it. Having taken 30 seconds, I will now go to Dr. Mahindra Ramdeen, who is currently the Chief Executive Officer at the TTMA. He also serves as a director at the National Entrepreneurship Development Company and a member of the National Tripartite Advisory Council of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Ramdeen, you have the floor.
Sure, thanks very much, Chair. You know, I could make this very easy and just say ditto to Ambassador Burnell in terms of his presentation and end my presentation right here, because he basically covered a lot of the stuff that I would have wanted to touch on. Having said that, I will still delve into some of the things that I have outlined here, and hopefully I can wind up within the specific time allotted to me. We need to engage in understanding that we operate in a globalized environment, as Ambassador Burnell said. And in order to be successful in that kind of environment, we need to have a diversified portfolio of trade in goods and services. So this speak about diversification is very important for us to ensure survivability in the global environment. Basically, the definition of diversification speaks to not putting all your eggs in one basket. It speaks to having more than one avenue for generating prosperity and growth for your people. I often hear many people speak about the need and the want and the desire to diversify economies. The question becomes, if this buzz about diversification is the panacea for transitioning our economies out of the doldrums and economic poverty that we face, why it's not happening as quickly as we'd want it to? Could it be that diversification is misunderstood or is not attainable or easily attainable? To be honest, I am of the opinion that diversification is a very abused concept and word. In Trinidad and Tobago, where I'm from, the authorities in Trinidad and Tobago often speak about diversification when the prices of oil and gas and energy sector going in a particular direction that is not favorable to them. But once prices go in a particular direction, the noise about diversification dies down. So enough is being done to make the other sectors of the economy attractive? Should the government be doing more to make it appealing with regards to the revenues they sometimes collect from the energy sector? Many textbook economists speak about not having government intervention in the marketplace. But I am sitting before you here to say that our economies are too small to let the invisible hand operate the way it should. That theoretical construct is for developed world economies. In our developing economies, we need government to play a facilitating role. I'm going to speak a little more about that. But should government be the sole proprietor for the diversification to happen? No, I'm not advocating that at all. The private sector must have a role to play. Maybe an even more significant role than relative to government. What I'm saying though is that government needs to create an environment that is sexy and attractive to lure the private sector in this area of diversification. After all, diversification wouldn't happen by accident. Private sector like to operate in an environment that is predictable and transparent. These are the ingredients needed to foster diversification. This is what I'm speaking to when I say there's a role for government to play, that facilitating role, to create that sexy environment, to make it attractive to the private sector to invest their money in a predictable and transparent environment. Ladies and gentlemen, all our economies need foreign exchange to exist. Because our lifestyle dictates that we need foreign exchange to purchase everything that we consume. All of us here, everything that we wear, everything that we eat is import oriented. And there's only basically three ways that I know of that we could get foreign exchange: print hard currency, rob Fort Knox, or export. Good luck with the first two, right? So I'm not going to go into that. Let's look at exporting. If you're not producing anything, it becomes very difficult to export, to earn foreign exchange. Well, unless you're a tourism-based economy. And even in those circumstances, your fortune with regards to tourism really and truly depends on many external factors. The world that we operate in, the globalized world that Mr. Bernal spoke about, makes it difficult to earn foreign exchange, especially if you don't have a diversified portfolio. The world inevitably is going into a globalized phase, be it because of the dictates of the multilateral system, bilateralism, free trade arrangements. Inevitably, we're going into an environment that speaks to free trade. All the traditional forms of protecting yourself at the border, tariffs and quotas, all those things are being eroded on a daily basis. We can't fool ourselves for that. Competition is coming to meet you on your doorstep. So you have to prepare. You have to be ready to meet that competition to compete with you on your products and your goods at your doorstep. So given the challenges we face, should we throw our hands up in the air and say, there's nothing that could be done because competition is coming to meet us? They benefit from economies of scale. We're too small. No, that is why we need to think outside the box. I'm not going to sit here and pontificate that there's a need for government input and argue that the private sector doesn't have a role to play. But private sector needs to get off from their behinds. You know, I represent private sector, so I can say that. We need to get off from our behinds, but we need the government to assist us. We need to trade more. We need to have integration, regional trade happening and materializing the way we want it to be. We have to come up with ways to prepare ourselves for the inevitable bigger fish coming to compete in our ponds. Sometime at private sector, we are too lazy. We're comfortable being a small fish in a small pond. We need to be proactive and go outside there and engage and meet the competition on their doorstep. So from being too small, there are many questions and reasons why I hear private sector speak to why they can't diversify, from smallness, bureaucracy, and all these different things. But they need to overcome those things. As I stand before you here, I'm a proud representative of the private sector, and I can say within the region that we produce some of the most high quality standards, goods and services. But the inefficiencies that happen from the factory gate to the retail level is what is curtailing our competitiveness in the global market. So we need government to intervene and work with us to create that enabling environment for it to work. There are many avenues for us to diversify. Agriculture, we talk about tourism, we talk about a number of different areas. Agriculture can be sexy. We need to make it sexy. We need to get people involved in agriculture. We need to ensure that, recently we read the budget in Trinidad and Tobago, and the amount of goods that we import, food items, is $6 billion. We don't consume so much, but we use a lot of that for agro-processing. And we need to find ways why those items can't be sourced regionally. Most of it is sourced from extra regional sources. And the reason for that is because we have a lot of antiquated laws that speaks to foot and mouth disease 40, 50 years ago. We have SPS issues to resolve. We need policymakers regionally and nationally to solve this problem for us, to make agriculture sexy the way we want it to be. There are many opportunities that exist. We can't blame smallness. Bernal spoke about that just now. Countries like Denmark and Singapore and all these countries are defined as small as well, but they continue to push the envelope and have diversified portfolios. So we can do it. We have to move away. Yes, I know. Last point I want to make is that value added is important. We need to move away from this concept of selling our primary products as well. In Trinidad and Tobago, we produce some of the highest quality cocoa in the world, Trinitario. We sell it for pennies on a dollar and buy back.
Thank you. I think we'll have to publish the cocoa advertisement separately.
No problem.
Ms. Tasha Kane is a Foreign Service Officer with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Belize, and is currently the head of the Protocol and Consular Unit at the headquarters in Belmopan, Belize. She has served as First Secretary at the Permanent Mission of Belize to the United Nations and has undertaken a range of initiatives in migration and consular affairs. But before I pass to Tasha, I couldn't help but take one or 2 points for emphasis from Mr. Ramdeen's intervention, since he speaks for the private sector. One, the point about incentivizing diversification, the point about the private sector stirring itself, but the necessity of government engagement, which repeats a point that was earlier made, and the inefficiencies beyond the factory gate, which is something that will be discussed, I think, going on. And I just want to flag the presence of our Assistant Secretary General for Economic Integration, Innovation, and Development, because while we are discussing trade, as Mr. Ramdeen pointed out, if you have to have production to trade, you can't sell what you don't have. And so the industrial and agricultural sectoral policies will need to be discussed in tandem with the discussion of trade. So Ms. Kane, I took a bit of your time to just pull back some of the private sector interventions, because I want to make sure that we have some degree of balance. And to Sheldon, just to say that the framing that you've set, we'll come back to in the context also of the intervention you made at the opening of the session, which framed our discussion. Ms. Kane, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you to ECLAC for inviting me to be on this panel, to our hosts for the excellent arrangements for this meeting. Full disclaimer, I'm not an economist. I'm married to one, so that allows me to understand about 80% of what was said today, and the other 20%, I've written copious notes to ask about when I get home. So thank you. To begin my presentation, I will skip over a few slides. Thank you to the Secretary General of ACS for that very informative presentation and for outlining the role, the history, the relevance of the ACS. And just to note that I was to mention that that is an important enabling environment that we can pursue the economic integration of Caribbean into the Latin American economies. So just to begin, sorry, I'm just going to do a bit of a stock taking of what currently exists. So these are a listing of the current bilateral trade agreements we have in CARICOM, Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic. And I just wanted to note there that of the 5 bilateral trade agreements currently in place and in force, the last 2 signed in 2004 are free trade agreements, while the other 3 are simple partial scope agreements. And since then, CARICOM has entertained requests from other Latin American countries for free trade agreements, the most important being from the Republic of Chile. So I just want to focus the time I have left to discuss a little bit about the experience of Belize in Central America. My minister alluded to some of this discussion already. The picture of a cow there is very important. That has been one of the important areas that we have traded in livestock. So Belize is geographically situated in Central America and is a member of both CARICOM and SICA. In trade and investment outreach to Latin America, Belize is party to trade agreements with Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, and Colombia. And as mentioned by our moderator, on its own, Belize used the special dispensation provided through Article 885 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas to conclude a limited trade agreement with Guatemala. So that particular agreement has been in force since 2010. The products include orange juice, sweetened or frozen, kidney beans, fresh fish, livers and roes, frozen shrimps and prawns, crustacean, mollusks, and others listed there. It is currently being expanded in its scope of coverage to increase the number of goods to benefit from preferential market access in Guatemala. Those meetings continue next week. Our trade department was just there, I think last week, in preparation. Belize is also pursuing a similar PSA with El Salvador, which I'll go into a little bit more detail in the upcoming slides. So other Central American republics have already expressed interest in PSAs with Belize. These include Honduras and Nicaragua. So to set the context of why Belize, Guatemala is important, Belize shares a land border with Guatemala, and the trade agreement was done as part of the confidence building measures resulting from the claim on Belize by Guatemala. And secondary to that, trade and investment exchanges between the two countries. So in spite of this claim that we have, we still continue to pursue this area of interest between both countries. Trade facilitation remains a key missing feature of the trade between the two sides. And a large part of Belizean exports end up in Guatemala through the informal trade routes. So El Salvador is currently interested in establishing formal trade relations with Belize. The dynamics are different between between Guatemala and El Salvador, and the relations with El Salvador tend to be a bit more peaceful. And we have a lot of Salvadoran nationals living in Belize. El Salvador's interest is geared more towards trade with CARICOM, with Belize as a launching pad for operations. Belize's own interest is to seek out El Salvador's markets for excess production of grains and other commodities, and also pursuing the possibility of producing specialized grains, legumes only for El Salvador's consumption. And we would therefore supply El Salvador's local demand for those products. So Belize is keenly interested in investments too from El Salvador and sees that country as a source of potential joint ventures and partnerships between our private sector. Absent of the fear and distrust that we feel towards Guatemala as citizens, we have room with El Salvador for genuine partnerships that were spoken about in the last panel. So Mexico, as Minister Cervantes also mentioned, is currently exploring a trade agreement. They want a full trade agreement. Belize has decided to take up that challenge. We would like to thank the ECLAC for their assistance in helping us to pursue that initiative. And this can be the first step towards realizing the role as a bridge between CARICOM and Mexico. Belize prides itself as that bridge. We have always promoted ourselves as that important link between the two regions. We try to, when we hold the chairmanship of CARICOM, to have that level of engagement. In January next year, we will host the pro tempore presidency of SICA, and we are planning another engagement with SICA and CARICOM. So we encourage persons around this table and your governments to actively participate in that. So deeper integration, as I mentioned, I'm not an economist, nor am I a trade specialist, but there are other areas of integration that Belize also pursues. So one key feature is that with Guatemala, especially, we have a lot of students coming across the border to go to school every day in Belize. There's a photo there. We have just recently launched an amnesty program, which we're targeting about 40,000 persons who do not have regular status in Belize to benefit from this amnesty program to regularize their status there. And we also wanted to highlight that Belize is not currently a part of SICA, which is that the economic integration arm of SICA, and we plan to engage more so that we can benefit from that process as well as expand our role as that bridge as mentioned earlier. So just to wrap up, I see I have maybe a few seconds left. We know that we're currently in a very different and challenging geopolitical climate. And we would just like to encourage both CARICOM and Central America to start the journey to get to know one another better so that we can begin to understand real growth prospects and see how we can capitalize on these advantages that we have.
Thank you very much. I think There we have examples of direct engagement between a member state in terms of integration with its neighbors and the prospects for connecting that integration with a wider regional project. Professor Winston Dukran is Secretary General of Euclid University and Professor of Practice at the University of the West Indies. He served as Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also Governor of the Central Bank in Trinidad and Tobago. He's the author of Caribbean on the Edge, the political stress of stability, equality, and diplomacy, which perhaps places him well at the end of this panel to bring our discussions into focus. Professor Dukran. Professor Dukran. While we await Professor Dukran, I would want to open the floor for comments, which will, of course, be terminated immediately. Professor Dukran is able to connect. I see Dr. Lane from ECLAC after Ambassador Suknandan of Suriname. Ambassador Suknandan.
Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My gosh, I know Professor Bernal since what, 1996, 1997. Everything that has been said here, and I saw the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, being international competitive is in it. It's one of the principles that we should not only be looking at CARICOM, but, and I listened very carefully about the role of the private sector and the role of politicians. But it's the same private sector. We know flour, we know honey, we know cement, we know sugar, all these things. When it is not in their interest, there is almost a war going on at the table between the politicians and among the politicians. The same private sector. That's how defensive our member states are. And you know, this goes way deeper than just what we see at the table. And I don't have to tell you what's going on behind the curtains. Then things comes in like standards and SPS for God knows how many years, talking about archaic legislation and those, you know. So, and having the experience of the private sector in Suriname when you want to export, I really support the notion that we should not be looking at the region maybe anymore, but really become international competitive and go beyond the region. Because becoming emotional, it doesn't stop at the border, it's also across in other member states. We want to do the things the way we want to do it. Okay, no regards for formal structures and so on, because that's how we operate. The minute that the private sector has to compete, it's a problem. And it's not only a problem. Another issue is then when other member states want to export the goods to the respective member states, because of this cross-border, I don't know what, emotional impact and all these whole kinds of things are happening there. Okay, and I don't think that's the way in our region. We're talking about resilience and we're talking about recovery. It's not going to help us. We have to go beyond that. I think I have to stop now. Oh, okay. Yes, I will do so. Let me give you another issue. Guyana, Suriname, for so many years now, we are offering land. We're telling people, our brothers and sisters from CARICOM, come, you can acquire land legally, lease, whatsoever, let us join together. We're talking about value adding, we're talking about food security, but nothing is happening. If it's not lease, it's about ownership. We want to own, we want to establish, we want to be the sole manager and so on. I mean, that's no way to work, please. Okay, so I don't know how, after so many years, we will find some solutions. But what I would like to say, and ECLAC and UNDP and so on, to become international competitive, to go beyond CARICOM, looking at SPS standards and so on, how can they assist? I think that's the best way to deal with it. Thank you.
Dr. Lane.
Thanks, Chair. I want to pose a question to Ambassador Bernal and to make a comment on his presentation, which I know he has championed before, and I've raised some objection to it. I agree with him almost wholly, but he makes this fundamental point, which I think is quite wrong. He says that we must build large farms in the Caribbean. I don't know how many General Motors he's conceiving of, but the point is that you don't define farms in relation to your revenue. You define farms in relation to their efficiency. So a small farm could be efficient and a large farm could also be efficient. So the issue of whether it's small or farm is a red herring. Because if you treat, and we've had the experience in the Caribbean over a long period, that if you try to build monopolies, they become highly inefficient. So the point I'm making is that analytically, you should not make the argument that what we should create is large firms. What we should create is efficient firms. Whether they're small or large, it doesn't matter. And we have large numbers of small firms. Grace Kennedy, which is perhaps one of the largest firms in the Caribbean, is a small firm in relation to Latin America. So there's a bit of confusion in his mind, I think, on that issue. The other thing the question I want to ask him is what kind of political economy he conceived of in laying out this framework, because I think it's important. We're not Singapore or Malaysia. We operate in what are called parliamentary democracies, and there's only so much you could do. So if he could just outline a little more carefully what kind of political economy he has in mind. And the other thing is that he says nothing about knowledge creation and innovation. I'm not sure if he thinks that we have a 21st century labor force to carry the message he's suggesting. Those are my points.
Thank you. And I'd go directly to Ambassador Bernal for a response to a direct inquiry from Dr. Lane. Ambassador Bernal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We seem to have some misunderstanding. Firms that are small by global standards can be competitive, but they are at a serious disadvantage, and it lends them to more defensive tactics, that is to seek protection within the market. I'm merely suggesting that the chances of survival are better, the chances of being efficient are better when you can realize economies of scale and scope. Nobody is being naive that we're going to create a General Motors in the Caribbean, nor are all firms going to go global. But in a pixelated market where all the firms are small, that is where globalization guts these local economies. What has to happen is that the government has to work closely with firms to facilitate their agility and creativeness. Now, in the 7 minutes, I couldn't cover everything. I have a large section which was not forgotten about the quality of the labor force. We're not going to get the jobs of the future because throughout our education system, right to the level of tertiary and university, we do not pay enough attention to STEM subjects. And therefore, we are training a labor force that is incapable of seizing the jobs of the future. And the need for technology goes right down to the simplest task. The political economy of this is there's no implication that one needs an undemocratic state to be able to facilitate firms. Every country that has succeeded, the state, starting with the Industrial Revolution, then the US, then Korea, China, the state works closely to facilitate, not only to get out of the way and remove impediments, but to facilitate new ventures. What the state does is to help to offset the risk of new corporate ventures. There's a lot more I could say and would be happy to say, but I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman.
I also recognize that in the time allocation given, we can't really have treatises on the subjects that have been raised. I'm going to ask Professor Dukran if he's able to join without to do so now. If not, we'll continue with the round of interventions. Professor Dukran. Okay, we will move on then to Dr. Byron and then Representative Wheatley of Dr. Byron. And let me invite any member of the panel who wishes to augment the response to jump right in as we continue the deliberations. We're not sure how quickly Professor Dukran will be able to join, so I don't want to stymie the free flow between the panel and the participants in the discussion. Professor Byron.
Thank you, moderator. And thanks to all the presenters so far. It's been very interesting. My question is directed to Mrs. Kane. I found your presentation very interesting. It's on an area that we know far too little about. Belize is a pioneer in terms of trade and other exchanges with Central America, and the rest of us have a lot to learn from Belize's relationships with its neighbors. You mentioned that there are many children from neighboring countries who go to school in Belize. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about that and whether that is primarily a project aimed at fostering good relations with your neighbors, and whether it is also envisaged as the base for developing a trade in educational services sector, where you obviously have the capacity to develop something. Costa Rica and Panama have developed an excellent sector in selling Spanish language educational services, and they have done it very successfully. So I wanted to hear a bit more about that and what is the basis of so many children going to school in Belize. And I have a second question. Two of those trade agreements which were mentioned, the one with Cuba and the one with Venezuela, are hardly being used at present, partly due to the many risks and uncertainties and challenges that we face at this time. And I wondered if the panel has any thoughts going forward as to how we can make much more use of these trade agreements that CARICOM has and that are underutilized at present. Thank you.
Hello. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Hello.
Thank you. We're trying to use a secondary line of intervention for Professor Dukran. We're trying to be patient because he's telling us about the Caribbean on the edge. And I think we would want to hear his thesis in the context of what is turning out to be a robust discussion. Let us move on to
Wayne,
Yes.
Chair, may I make one brief comment?
you may
I'll be brief.
please proceed.
Hold on.
Oh,
Sorry, Richard.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Professor Dukran is coming in, so we need
Go
to.
ahead.
He has technical challenges, so we have to proceed.
Hello, yes, am I on?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, good
Could we
morning.
mute all
Good morning,
mics,
Wayne,
please?
am I on?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello. Go ahead. Professor Dukran, go ahead.
Bernal, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I want to make reference to this question of size of firms. And I want to refer to what I call the pepper sauce syndrome, where you have many firms who have developed world-class pepper sauce. But
Go ahead.
Hello? Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Mr. I'm on, I don't know.
Please proceed.
Mr. Baku, am I on?
You are on, please proceed.
I apologize for it. I took a call, I must apologize for being late. Are you hearing me now?
We are hearing you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, I will I'll try to summarize. A very interesting conversation in the meantime. I think the question of timing is very important in a webinar of this nature. And this presentation that I have has come at the right time. The issue of economic space was raised earlier by some of the speakers. And out of that economic space came the issue of whether or not efficiency shall indeed become the precedent over resilience. And I think that's an important analytical point that has to be established in order to design the way forward. Secondly, I believe in Caribbean on the edge, of which you made reference. The fundamental premise in that book is that development cannot really be imported, and that the external shocks that we are faced with are supplemented by what I call the loop-type cycle shocks. That is shocks within the economy. And this is the single most important analytical insights that we have to face up with, to be able to take the synthesis between the external shocks and the loop type cycle of shocks. For the region is no longer facing the prospect of having observers and buffers that will build immunity. And in that context, my suggestion is that we perhaps should use this opportunity now, in this timing, to redesign a good process that will link the external shocks with the loop type cycle of shock and to build the immunity through efficiency measures. Associated with that and related to the external factor, the old paradigms are in fact looking rather tired, and many of the nomenclature that we have been using perhaps needs to be reassigned or redesigned, and the linear approach to economic growth might now give way to a convergence approach, which is a much wider frame other than the narrow frame that was first established under the Treaty of Shangri-La. And secondly, that we should really look at perhaps the circular economy in order to be able to integrate the production sector with the global economy. And in that sense, if I need to review the entire production model from a limited linear one to one that is likely to be of a wider frame, somewhat similar to what Richard Bernal was hinting at earlier on. And finally, in terms of diversification, I think that the thrust towards building a competitive, a complex economy, as opposed to diversification, is one that is addressed in the book that I wrote about on the question of the Caribbean on the edge. So in conclusion, I'm saying that we are at a time that a lot of the old paradigms that have engaged us perhaps needs to be readdressed in the context of the new economic space that is required in order to intervene into the global and atmospheric energy. And that will create some new political stress tests. And political stress tests that in itself has a challenge to overcome, and a new strategic dialogue will be required. In a gist, this is what is covered in the pages of the Caribbean on the Edge as an introduction into a new timing for looking at Caribbean integration in a different framework and hopefully setting the design upon which a number of the specific steps that have been taken in the discussion, rich discussion we have had yesterday and today, can find a more fruitful place. I hope that this gives some added some light to the discussion that we have had so far. I'm willing to elaborate further. Thank you.
Dukran. I think Sheldon wants to supplement. Sheldon.
I think it's important for us to take the discussions and interventions by all the panelists and even from the floor. Chippy, if you can pull up my slide 7, and in its totality, as we seek to craft a new dispensation, a new policy framework for achieving this structural change. We've seen the issue is exactly what should be the basis of our integration process. The revised Treaty of Sagarama speaks to production integration. It speaks to trade as a vehicle. But what we are seeing, and I think if we look at the trade complementarity, up until 2012, 2013, Central America, in terms of our trade complementarity, we're emerging Central and Latin America as our major trading partners, natural trading partners, meaning that maybe those were the economies that we needed to have a deeper level of integration. That has declined secularly since then. And as I alluded to, the fact is that their changing consumption trends globally, our production systems have not been dynamic enough. So now we get to the production systems. If you read the work of Sir Arthur Lewis Kaldor, and Dylan alluded to this, that one of the key drivers of that move from dependence on one sector to more than one sector, which is diversification, the movement from a dependence on agriculture to manufacturing, that is that structural transformation, that increasing share of the number of the use of high level of technology and the importance of high income generating manufacturing and moving up the chain towards value added, which are the key drivers of this quickening and growth and economic development. If we were to look at this comparative advantage or competitiveness-based matrix, we look at everything to the right of the y-axis. I'm taking you back to primary school. Dynamic sectors that are growing internationally, where their share of international trade or exports is increasing. Everything above the x-axis is where the Caribbean member states are having increasing market share globally. We see that the creative industries is the area where we now have a comparative advantage, personal, cultural, recreational services. The missed opportunities where we have declining market share, but in dynamic markets, we're looking at ICT, IP, and other business-related services, meaning that we have some potential there, but we've been slipping. So what we're noticing here, and this is discussion, and it's clearly written in the work of Kaldor and those guys, that the region's growth poles moving forward has to be the notion of engaging in the production and export of capital services. These capital services also are inputs into manufacturing and are the drivers of productivity. So productivity and competitiveness are the drivers of trade and making trade a driver and an engine of growth and development. And then the discussion has to be, do we continue to just focus on production of goods? And Dylan tomorrow will give you a similar matrix on the opportunities for goods exports. Unless we have expand our population to the extent that we can have a lot of domestic consumption of the goods that we produce, or we have use of technology, our growth path, as I alluded to from the onset, doesn't necessarily lie in the production of goods in the short term. And I think we need to understand that.
No, we have to return to the round table.
All right.
Okay.
But I think that's where how we can broaden the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheldon. I had wanted to correlate to Professor Dukran's intervention, which unfortunately was affected by the technology, because I need to repeat the theme of the session. The theme of the session is economic restructuring and diversification. What are we restructuring? How are we restructuring? What are we diversifying from and to? And how will we deepen integration into Latin America and the global economy? I want to continue the roundtable, but No, hold on. Let me proceed, please, with the intervention, and then I'll come back to you, Sheldon. I want to now pick up on we have a question on the chat from the Executive Director of the Competition Commission, which I'll bring in after Professor James. So I have the representative of the British Virgin Islands, Mr. Wheatley, and then Professor James will take the chat, and then I'll come back to the panel. And I have a direct question to Kasia, which will be responded once I come back to the panel.
Chair. Chair, thank you for that. I just want to make sure, I know there was an initial question asked, and I don't want it to be lost by the professor, so I'm not sure if you want to tackle that first before I say what I have to say.
Let's hear you first, because I would want
Okay.
the panelists to combine response to the part.
Okay, thank you very much. I hear the key points that were just made by Mr. McLean and Professor Ducaran and earlier presenters. Now, yes, I think trade, and in particular, production in that space is something that has to be done. But I wanted to just remind this forum that among the small island developing states are microstates who, if you thought that having a population of 200,000 was a problem, what about a population of 5,000 like Montreal or 40,000 in BVI? And there are several Caribbean jurisdictions that are in that situation. Now, their option, their choice is not to try to start production. It's not realistic, and many of us have looked at this. It's not going to happen. We have to continue looking at trade and services. That will not change. The restructuring that we have to do is to look at what other services we have to diversify into, and so on. Now, on this question about going into globalization or not, I think we have to tackle this head on, because I think we should not be under the illusion that globalization does not have forces within it that are specifically targeting us to prevent us from going head forward into it. For example, you talk about competitive firms. In trade and services, there are a number of Caribbean countries that have developed global competitiveness in financial services. It's been demonstrated, it's been proven. But what do you have? Where they have become successful, you have an attack by developed countries, the EU and others, to say, well, let's blacklist you because you don't conform to our standards. We don't want competition in taxation, but yet the blacklist doesn't target any of the EU jurisdictions that are doing the exact same business. So we should not be under an illusion that we can just foray into globalization. There are forces working against us, and the goalposts will continue to change because there is a very, well, I've heard some persons say that it has to do with the racist perspective, racism, or somehow that we should not be in these spaces of financial services and so on. In any event, I do agree that we have to continue to try to diversify. And for those jurisdictions that are really engaged in trade and services, the key thing is to have good connectivity and good human capital. If you have those, you can definitely compete. Fortunately, I can say for us in the British Virgin Islands, and I think it may be the same for Bermuda and Cayman, because a strong foundation was established in this space, even though there are attacks to roll back the progress we've made in these sectors, we at least have the opportunity to diversify because we already have a clientele that's been built up. So I just want to make sure that that point is made, and de-risking is also another example of how we are being held back, not because we don't want to do for ourselves, but because global forces are working against us. The people who promote globalization say it's good for them, but not very good for us, right? So that is it. Let's just remember, microstates have a different kind of problem, and therefore their solution is not going to be about diversifying into manufacturing and whatever part of the value chain in the manufacturing. It's not going to happen. We have to stick with services. So it's not going over.
Thank you very much. I think the key takeaway there is we're an integration movement. No one should be left behind. And the conversation about microstates needs to be maintained at the center of our discussions as well. The second is that the globalization is not a benign scenario. There are malign elements within it, and that the discussion about this needs to take that into account. The question that I think also is thrown up is about the connection between diversification and integration, because the description of what cannot be done in one microstate should be tied to a discussion that goes to the heart of the RTC, which is, and my colleague Joe is here, about production integration and using the critical mass of the wider region. It's part of the ethos of integration that the small size of a unit should be complemented by the larger size of the collective. So contemplation of entry into value chains that are not possible in the domestic economy should be part of the broader development plan of a member if that integration process is working optimally. But I want to now move to Professor James, then I'll come back to Tasha for her response to Professor Byron, and then we'll continue the circle of discussions. Professor James.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my comment will add to Jessica's question to Belize. But I want to first note that your direct question regarding economic restructuring and diversification in service of deeper integration for global trade. The proper answer to that problematic is that we must base the deeper integration on a switch towards more intra-industry trade, which then requires the answer Sheldon is giving, which is that we must shift our economies towards industries that can produce and export capital. And in our case, those would primarily be capital services. That would then open the question that Jessica asked to Belize. Are you doing education for export as your long-term goal? And you can expand that question to ask, do you plan to also export healthcare? Do you plan to also export the creative services, the creative industries that we are so famous for in the region? And that append to that high quality, well-scaled housing services for the attendant tourism industry that would evolve from that. And that would seem to answer the question that Dylan and Richard are grappling with. It is the type of industry that you focus on that tells you what to do with respect to scale, scope, and creativity. And Dylan is right, and I think Richard has some right elements in what he's saying too. If you're focusing, say, on the creative services, reggae and soca teaches you that you don't have to be a General Motors to win in the world, but you have to be extremely efficient and extremely innovative. And that allows for all of the issues to be raised. But I want Belize to answer the question. Are you going beyond education for export into healthcare, industrialized tourism, and so on?
On the surface level, the motivation for these students coming to be educated in Belize to gain English as a second language. However, there are several additional benefits that we get. School programs with both the Belizean students and the Guatemalan students at the primary and high school levels to get a better understanding of our historical, cultural, shared values. And I wanted to mention a more structured program that we do that's housed in the University of Belize, which is the Regional Language Center. So to kind of answer your question, every bilateral meeting that we have with our Central American neighbors reinforces an offer that we give to all of our Latin American neighbors to have university level students study for 1 year at the Regional Language Center to study English. But in terms of healthcare and export of the creative industries, that happens at different levels, not necessarily targeted or attached to this school program that we see emerging from specifically the West. So the neighboring towns, Bencaviejo del Carmen, which is in Belize, and Melchor de Mencos, which is in Guatemala, they are connected historically, culturally. You have family members in both areas. So that is a natural link as to why we have students coming across to Belize every day for primary school, high school, and even tertiary level education.
Sure. I want to now go to Ambassador Bernal, who had broken his intervention when Professor Dukran came in. And then I will move to a new round of discussions, beginning with Minister Baptiste.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief since you were kind enough to offer me the floor again. Just to clear up, not every firm has to enlarge to seek global opportunities. There are two sides to it. There's the pepper sauce mentality where a great pepper sauce is developed by a small firm. They get one order from a foreign supermarket. They can't supply it, and all the other manufacturers won't get together. The opportunity is missed. But the banana industry in the Eastern Caribbean shows that sometimes the response to a global opportunity is a collective one of several small firms, i.e. small firms. But they were selling to a global multinational, and therefore the state had to come in to undertake certain aspects. So you can't entirely escape enlargement and counteracting size, but not every industry has to have large firms. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Richard mentions the pepper sauce experience, but there's a conversation for another panel about market penetration versus market access. And there's a specific example about selling what you have versus selling what people want. And there is an experience that I would bring in anecdotally, where in a particularly large market, the first thing that the domestic distributors asked is to undertake a taste testing of the products you wanted to introduce. Because the people to whom you'd be selling that product are not going to change their taste to Caribbean pepper. They are going to adapt Caribbean pepper to their taste. And it's a retail and anecdotal example that comes from another incarnation. But it seems to me that we need to challenge ourselves to sell what the market is prepared to buy rather than what we want to take to it. that connects to a deeper discussion about productivity, because not just producing, it's producing for a market that exists. And whether it's domestic or international, but I digress. I'm sorry, I'm a moderator. I'm moving on now to my chairman, to whom perhaps this discussion will have to evolve in more focused engagement, benefiting from the drivers of the answers, which would be our colleagues in economic and sectoral matters, because unless we address the question of productivity and what we produce, all the talk about trade will continue to be academic. Minister Baptiste.
Thank you, Chair, for granting me leave to make a minor contribution. I want to first of all thank all the members of the panel for the invaluable contribution toward enriching the discourse here this afternoon. Having said so, I have probably two comments and a minor contribution based on the information that has been presented. First of all, I would want to know from my colleague from Trinidad and Tobago, from the private sector. And when he was speaking, I actually took my journey through the corridors of time and figure out my many engagements with members of the private sector when they come to the table, when they interact with members of cabinet and the issues that are important to them. And I have been to meetings where government ministers interact with people from the private sector, and the discussion suggests that sometimes when the private sector engages with the cabinet of ministers, they do not emerge with very concrete or very clear policies in terms of how they can integrate it in government's effort to encourage the further development and growth of the private sector, which is very important to the dynamism of the respective economies. So I would like from you at a certain point in time, a response regarding how you interact with the political directorate in terms of trying to achieve that objective. You alluded to Singapore, and it again, kind of teased me to make the comment that I'm about to. Singapore has had, over the past few decades, a framework defining a shared destiny, which involves effective coordination and coherence across different actors to deliver the most effective and sustainable responses to the challenges of development, which allows the country's policies to reach maturity. Whilst we boast in the Caribbean region about democracy, and we have one of the best in the world in terms of models of democracy, we have change of government without major incident in our region. And so, whilst that democracy has been alive and well, sometimes you find certain policies being interrupted. In St. Lucia, for example, in 2006, the election results was 11-6. Then the next elections, 11-6, another government. Then it became 11-6 again. We changed the change. And the last election, we saw a total of 15-2. And I'm hoping that this is a trend that's sustainable into the future. So my point regarding the change is that whilst we have certain policy proposals in one government that need time to reach maturity before giving birth to the type of results, they are interrupted with our very effective use of the democratic tools. The other thing about Singapore is that they have a good legislative framework to support the policies, because good policies could be frustrated by poor legislation. And finally, I want to tease Professor Bernal regarding a comment that he made, and I hope I did not misunderstand. There is a discussion about the old structures can no longer work for us. And I just wanted to find out from him whether he had any thoughts regarding whether or not Bretton Woods has actually suffered from multiple organ failure, and how he feels that we can cure or manage that particular problem as our economies are in transition. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I agree with the speaker. I could spend the rest of the day talking about the failures of the Bretton Woods, but that's another discussion.
So, Ambassador Bernal demurs on the question. He'll write a book for you on it.
Yes. Tell him don't do me like Mr. Proudhon and Karl Marx, where Mr. Proudhon asked Karl Marx to give him his response on the philosophy of poverty, and Karl Marx responded, the poverty of philosophy, the poverty of philosophy, the direct opposite, and writing an entirely new script. So I'm hoping that the script I'll receive from Professor Bernal would certainly assist my understanding in terms of where he's coming from.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Ramdi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Just to say about the Bretton Woods institution, we all know the way it's constructed, it's not working to the interest of small developing microstates. We need to have a greater say in that process. I am a firm believer that globalization is a fast moving train. It's inevitable, it's gonna happen. The question is, can we shape the process? And I say, yeah, I think yes. I think we need to tap the conductor on the shoulder and say, listen, this train is moving too fast. I need to put on my seatbelt. I need to be safeguarded on this train. And until we, the decision makers, the policy makers, can't put forward that position to those in authority, we wouldn't get anywhere. Domestically, I spoke about what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago with regards to our partnering with government. We have a very good framework in Trinidad, fortunately, for us, the non-energy manufacturing sector, where we have a collaboration in creating policy. We are not policy makers. We implement policy and we shape policy. So we work with the government, and thankfully we have a Minister of Trade who works with us. I can tell you, within the last 2 years, there's significant growth in the non-energy manufacturing sector in Trinidad and Tobago. And that just didn't happen just like that. We have invested in time and resources. We have understand some of the shortcomings for manufacturing. We tool, re-engineer, and we have seen the recent budget statistics show this. And I was speaking to Mr. James recently when the Minister of Finance pronounced that the growth that happened in Trinidad and Tobago over the last years was predominantly reflected in the manufacturing sector. I said in my presentation that I firmly believe at the factory gate, we produce some of the most high quality, high standard goods, but you can't produce a good for 5 cents at the factory gate and it's being sold for 25 cents at the retail level. That is eroding our competitiveness. And in a globalized environment, when competition coming to meet you on your doorstep, you need to fix that. So all the inefficiencies from the factory gate to the retail level, those are the things that we need to address. Manufacturers in Trinidad and Tobago export to over 100 countries in the world. Again, we need to be proactive, go outside there. I don't think our smallness should be an excuse anymore. I understand size of companies is not all that that is made out to be. You can be small, but you can be efficient. So those are some of the things that I just want to put on the table. I think we have a good relationship with the government. We continue to collaborate in that regard. We have policy framework. Sheldon helped us with one of the trade policy in Trinidad and Tobago that spans government. It's a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year plan. And we hold government to that. Whoever change or exchange, as you said, we hold government to those things.
A few seconds regarding globalization. It's interesting, every time you mention the word globalization, it takes me to the many debates that are taking place. Some people say there's nothing called globalization. They have dismissed it as, people overreacting to what is happening in the world. So probably given that level of controversy, level of debate, heated debate, we need to reconcile what globalization actually means to us, our interpretation of globalization. And instead of bowing to it and complain about its effects, how we can embrace globalization with Caribbean characteristics.
not new. So the conversation about globalization ought to also take into account that there's no such thing in the world we have of no globalization. If you, and the economists, and I'm absolutely not one, talk about autarky. It's not going to work, but we have a question from the Competition Commission. Then I'm going to go to the panel for its summations. So my colleague will put the observation from the Competition Commission.
Thank you. From Navir Ramsunda, forgive me if I did not pronounce your name correctly, CARICOM Competition Commission. I don't think a discussion on the issues raised in this panel can be fully effective without some mention of competition policy. I know that the term is sometimes equated with the enforcement of prohibitions of anti-competitive conduct, but it also encompasses the larger set of policies to promote business rivalry nationally, regionally, and internationally as a means of improving economic performance, including advocacy activities through which competition agencies and other partners encourage the adoption of pro-competitive and market strengthening reforms. The proper identification, structuring, robust and functional. Thank you.
Just ask my colleague, Joe Cox, to just take the mic to give a quick sense of what is happening on sectoral policies, because I think it's important for us to know that the agenda is not standing still in respect of the integration process from the productivity and sectoral issue side. Joe.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Wayne. I have been trying to keep myself very quiet for these proceedings. No, what we've been doing is that basically we're working on the call it a fundamental premise of what you call the 4 Ps: plan, prepare, pivot, and profit. That's what we're looking at. And if you look at the broad conceptual frame. So what we're looking at in terms of agriculture, we have embraced the 25 by 25 strategy. And what that is to increase the production and productivity by 25% by the year 2025. Now, what that entails, of course, is a complete transformation of how we approach the production process. Because frankly speaking, what we have been doing in the past is that we have not been taking on board ideas of scale. We have not been looking at a lot of the processes. And frankly speaking, we have to look at mechanization, in other words, in order to treat with increased productivity. But, you know, one of the things that we also have to take into consideration in all of this is the absorptive capacity of our private sector, whether or not with what we are doing or how we are treating, because I heard the colleague from the TTMA raise the issue about the role of the private sector and so on. And sad to say is that there are substantive opportunities within the region right now, coming out of the COVID period. Frankly, where we saw, for example, considerable increase in electronic commerce transactions. But sadly, the region was the primary recipient of the electronic commerce. The countries that basically profited from that, United States, United Kingdom, China, Japan. The fact of life is that we have not, and what I'm looking at and what worries us now as we look at embracing a new industrial policy and looking at reforming the actual framework in which we seek to operate and transform this region in terms of growth and development, is that what we are seeing is that the private sector and in some respects the state too, people are seemingly not gravitating towards embracing the requisite change to effect the transformation required. What we're seeing is that persons basically trying to recreate 2019 and times before, and that is of concern, because frankly speaking, if we don't look at transforming the productive and the production platforms, both in terms of straight production and in terms of service delivery, then we are going to be having a substantive problem. And frankly, all the interventions here quite useful, yes. But the fact of life is that when you, for example, look at the colleague speaks to manufacturing. Manufacturing has its place, but the region also has the dubious distinction of having some of the highest electricity rates in the world. You cannot therefore build a manufacturing base on that, because then you will not be competitive. Similarly, we have to abandon the notion that agriculture is merely an absorptive agent for surplus labor. We have to be competitive. So it requires a complete transformation, not only in process, but of thought, and built on the foundation of increased training. I hope I have helped somewhat, Mr. Chair.
Realize that I will now have to move quickly on to the panel to do the summations. But I think it's important that we place this in the context of ongoing policy making. And I mentioned earlier the presence of the chair of COTED, because the trade takeaways need to be integrated into that conversation. But equally, the production and productivity takeaways would be important in the ongoing discussions around industrial policy and agricultural policy, because ultimately, regional policy such as it is developed works through the RTC and the structures of the community in the organs of the Caribbean community system. So I will begin with Tasha Kane. You have 2 minutes or less.
Thank you very much. In summing up, I just wanted to highlight that there are many opportunities for documentation. I believe Professor Byron mentioned case studies, and I think that's an important area that we could explore in documenting and writing case studies about the experience of Belize in these different areas. Just to expand beyond simply the economic integration, that there are other areas that I see that we can continue collaboration across the two regions, specifically to SICA, with SEDIMA, for example, and the SICA arm of CIPREDENAC. We both experience these natural disasters. Belize is currently experiencing flooding from Julia, and also CRFM and OSPESCA on the issue of fisheries. That's also another example that we can explore. And as mentioned just now, in my presentation, I didn't get into CIECA, but there can also be discussions with CARIFORUM or the Office of Trade Negotiations on how we can begin to continue and deepen these conversations that are important. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramdeen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to end with a quote to say that diversification is no longer a choice for survival. It's a prerequisite for survival, but we all need to get on board. We all need to do what we have to do to move our economies along a sustainable path of trajectory for growth and development. Private sector, government, everybody needs a part to play. We need to create the enabling environment to make agriculture sexy, to make tourism sexy. We in this part of the world have many things to offer. We talk about Jamaica and the athletes and the most beautiful women in the world and winning most of Miss World and Miss Universe. We have too much talent not to get it right. We need to get our house in order. We need to fix CSME. We need to deepen the integration process. And if we do all these things and we work collaboratively, I firmly believe rising tide could raise all ships.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramdeen. Professor Bernal.
I just want to say that globalization is continually evolving, and the mode of existence of global economic activity is characterized by change and rapid change. Therefore, to succeed in globalization, the Caribbean economies, which we should note have done very well, they are middle-income developing countries, but could do far more if they could create the kind of synergy between government and the private sector, which allows for this entrepreneurial audacity and sprinting of which we are capable. Mr. Chairman, there is something about politics in small states which makes it difficult to get good public policy. When I speak on that, I know it will be my last public speaking engagement in the Caribbean. I'm not ready to be exiled. Thank you.
I'm Minister Baptiste, who has already addressed the question of the challenge of politics, is not here to sort of frame the last takeaway from Professor Bernal. But and I don't think Sheldon is going to take on the political dimension, but I think I came to Sheldon last because I would want you to pull the many strands together. We've been challenged in this discussion. The topic is so broad that if I were to do a summation for an outcome, I would be challenged. But I think the discussion itself has been rich, and it presages discussions that need to take place in dedicated treatment of subsets of what we've done. But to try to pull the strands together, over to you, Sheldon, then I'll turn over to our chair of the roundtable.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The different strands of this discussion are not easily separated. But we can look at one of the major questions posed by Professor Dukaran: efficiency or resilience building. And from this perspective of ECLAC, and with the permission of my director, I would like to speak for ECLAC on this issue. Based on this perspective of ECLAC, we believe that these two aren't mutually exclusive. In order to build resilience or broad-based resilience, the region has to focus on increasing its productive efficiency and competitiveness. With respect to the issue of size, again, this is driven by innovation and competitiveness. From the perspective, the slide that I put up earlier, which looked at intra-industry trade, which are the building blocks of value chains, and moving up into high-level manufacturing. St. Kitts and Nevis currently has intra-industry trade within CARICOM, with the US, with European Union, with SICA, and the rest of the world, and potential for intra-industry trade with Mercosur and Canada. And that's mainly because they have developed some competitiveness in electronics and electronic components as part of a global chain, and they've been able to become nimble and dynamic and change in production processes. With respect to this question of the old paradigm or the regional integration paradigm, I agree that we need to ensure that it becomes more dynamic, that we don't only focus on integration of production and goods, unless, of course, we are able to meaningfully reduce energy costs by diversifying the energy portfolio mix, moving towards maybe renewable energy and or harnessing at maybe concessional rates, oil and natural gas from Trinidad, Suriname in near future, and Guyana. And that is the type of discussion that we need to have at the level of heads and quartet. Trade negotiations. It's true that we have a plethora of bilateral trade agreements that we sought to use as creating a demand pull for domestic production. But utilization rates of these trade agreements are low, 8% for the EU, and none of the other trade agreements are covered for more than 2% of our total trade, showing that trade agreements, while they may be necessary, they're not necessarily sufficient for expanding our trade. And from that perspective, maybe it's the approach to negotiating trade agreements. The EPA is the only trade agreement where we have a full liberalization of services. And maybe given that our comparative advantage is shifting in the area of services, we need to revisit all our trade agreements and ensure that there's a services component. We're now working with Belize, doing some CG modeling for them so they can determine the impact of their free trade agreement with Mexico. And maybe once we have fine-tuned that methodology, we could expand it working with CARICOM Secretariat and get actually involved in any negotiations or renegotiation of trade agreements. And I'll end here by quoting rap mogul Jay-Z in one of his latest tracks. God did, I think you should listen to it. It's some of the language not for that, those are faint-hearted. But he said, somehow I've outfoxed every box that he tried to put me in. While the region continued to be boxed in by high debt, the inability to access concessional resources, to be able to transform their economies, and regional integration movement or structure that isn't necessarily evolving to ensure that it responds to the changing needs and dynamics of global economy. I think I'll end there.
Bob, and invoke Jimmy Cliff. You can get it if you really want. And I'll introduce the famous philosopher, which is a shoe. Just do it. Nike. So I want to now wrap up. I think this has been a rich discussion, but like all panels like this, where the topic is so broad, it leaves us with more food for thought than items of conclusion, and perhaps that is as it should be. I think the region has no option but to navigate global spaces to which it is connected, whether it likes it or not. And its size makes that connection and the strategic management of that connection an imperative that cannot continue to be delayed. And so I want to thank the panelists. The last thing I'd say, and this is to the point about the private sector, and to respond to Sheldon, we do not have a plethora of trade agreements. Comparatively speaking, we have one solid economic partnership agreement with the EPA, and the performance assessments of that are not something I want to discuss here. Then you have the bilateral agreements with Costa Rica and Dominican Republic, which are full FTAs. The others are PSAs. If you look at what the region would want to do with creating larger market spaces, this is nothing close to what a picture of widening and deepening our market and economic space should look like. And that is a question that has to be addressed, not in this context, but certainly in the context of the forthcoming quartet about the future of CARICOM external trade engagement. And every negotiation that has been successful for a counterpart, and I underline for a counterpart, is a negotiation which was triggered by their private sector. When we sit across the table from counterparts who already know what is to be done with the market access that they seize, it's completely different. We've sit in negotiations where when the gavel goes down, private sector people come from the wings to counterparts to thank their negotiators, because what was negotiated is what they asked for. To Minister Baptiste's question, to Mr. Ramdeen, can we change the dynamic so that the negotiators, both nationally and regionally, are put under the kinds of pressure that counterparts are put under to deliver outcomes for which the actors, and Richard said it, firms trade, that firms in the region want. Whether the firms are small or large, it's a secondary question. The firms we have are the firms we have. And the region has to grow on the basis of the productive sectors that now exist and the ones that can be attracted through investment. We can't outsource that to anywhere else. With that, I want to put ourselves in the hands of Minister Peters as chair of the roundtable to bring some clarity to our close. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador McCook. This has indeed been a very rich discussion, and we have received a lot of food for thought. And I'm hoping that the food for thought could be transferred into food for consumption, where all of our economies would benefit, in this thing called trade. And I reminisce, having listened to everyone speak, Ambassador McCook, about our recent attendance at the WTO. And in the opening session, with a membership of over 100 members, we had members taking the floor to repeatedly speak about the various challenges to the multilateral trading system. So we know, the challenges that we face regionally, it's not just here, it's global. And these sorts of, these fora like these assist us in fleshing out ideas. And hopefully we move from dialogue to action, because I do believe there's no doubt we have the intellectual capacity and we have the technical skills to get it done. I am glad ASG Cox referenced the 25 by 25, because that is a very important initiative for CARICOM, where we are seeking to increase our productivity and reduce our import bill by 25% by the year 2025. I hear my sister from Suriname making the pitch that Suriname has a lot of lands, and we have member states with a lot of lands that we could utilize, and no doubt the individual countries of CARICOM will take that into consideration when we look at production. So I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Ambassador McCook for so ably moderating this session and bringing your wealth of experience to the discussions. And I want to thank our panelists for their presentations. And I know that there's a lot to take away. And one thing I would like to add, I think my sister from Suriname, Mrs. Kane, mentioned, and other panelists mentioned as well, the aspect of information sharing. I think as a region, we would do well to share information, share experiences, share best practices, so that we learn from each other, and then we know how better and what we have to do to go forward. So that's something I would encourage us as we close this final panel in this very informative roundtable that we've had over the last 2 days. And I now welcome my friend Diane Carles, the Chief of ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, to offer us some closing remarks. Diane, the floor is yours.
Okay, good day. I want to pay tribute to two of my mentors, one political, one institutional. Conferred the Order of the Caribbean Community this year, Dame Billy Miller, was charged with assessing the role of ECLAC in the region. And she wrote two documents, very extensive analysis she did of the role that ECLAC should play in the region. And she recommended the establishment of a forum that allowed the thinkers of the region to come together at all levels, from the political, through the academic, through the private sector, civil society, to exchange views, to help to guide, to give the vision, a comprehensive and inclusive vision of how we go forward. Alicia Barsina was the one who actually commissioned that report. And she embraced it. And it was under her leadership that the CDR was established. You realize, of course, that this is the 28th CDCC, but only the 7th CDR, because the CDR was created under Alicia Barsina's leadership. And so these two visionary women recognize the importance of having a forum like this. One of her concerns really was that having assumed the position of executive secretary in Santiago, she found that the publications being put out by the institution were very shallow on analysis of our region, of the sub-region. And so it was also part of that effort to improve both qualitative and quantitative analysis, interrogation of the challenge of development faced by the Caribbean, which she discerned very early was unique from the reality of Latin America. And so this body, it is only the 7th meeting we have had of its kind, has fully embraced that mission to bring all the parties together with the varying interests and varying commitments to share, to exchange, to challenge, with a view to coming together at the end with a comprehensive and cohesive strategic approach to how we go forward. And I am sure you agree with me that the panels we've had over the past 2 days have done that in the areas that on this occasion we have identified as critical. And there are so many other issues that we could have interrogated with a certain amount of depth that we didn't put on the agenda this year because you can't put everything. Food security, regional transportation. Minister Baptiste is gone, but it's a hobby horse of his. We identified 5 areas that we thought were essential for the recovery, the repositioning, the move towards strengthening resilience in the Caribbean. And I think that we got it right this time. We had originally intended to have a stronger representation of ministers of finance, because we really wanted their input in the discussions that we devoted the first half of yesterday to, and that was the Caribbean Resilience Fund, because we've made significant advance in the work that we've been doing, working several years on this. And this is something that we really wanted to ensure that the leaders, the political leaders in the area of finance were completely on board with us, so that we could take it to the next step, which is in our engagement with CARICOM, because ultimately these decisions, such decisions of moment, must pass through that regional organization. So the proposals will go to the Council of Ministers of Finance, COFAP, for its next step. But nevertheless, even though we missed out on that opportunity, because of course, you know, we can't compete with the Bretton Woods institutions when they decide to meet. And so all our finance ministers are in Washington. But we were extremely pleased that we were able still to have this discussion in a very meaningful way with the ministers of foreign affairs, for the most part, who are here, and with other leaders as well. Premiers are joining us both here and online. And it also allowed for that exchange with experts in the region that would give the different perspectives on what it is that we are trying to achieve with this emphasis on innovative finance. It's a call that's going, it's recognized. Innovative finance, risk financing. We had an excellent presentation yesterday on parametric insurance from Liz. climate finance, this is going to be the juice that gets us to the next level in terms of resilience building, financing, and investing in resilience. The afternoon session on data, I think, it is clear. We are recognizing the importance. No, I forgot the MVI, and that is a very important discussion that we had yesterday. And we selected the participants in that panel very deliberately because we knew that every one of them had a different perspective. And it was important we felt, for the community to recognize that such an important issue of that is on which the future concessional financing for our region depends. The MVI is going to be an important vehicle for getting that concessional and empathetic consideration, but only if it is done strategically and if it has the right political support. And every one of those views expressed by the different panelists yesterday were real positions that are currently being wrestled with in the negotiations. And it's important for you to appreciate that spread and the nature of the challenge, what they have ahead of them. We really should have spent a little bit more time on that one. We didn't give it as much time as we gave the ones today, but nevertheless, it is something that we are going to pursue for the future because we're going to follow and give our support to those negotiations going forward. But the MVI, 30 years in the making and still haven't got there. We think that this might in fact be that time if we play our cards right. It is important for the political representation here to be aware of this discussion. Sometimes, things are happening in the UN and nobody really knows. We on the ground in the countries have no idea what's happening there. The issue of data, which is well known to be an area of capacity, a capacity constraint, a challenge for our region. We highlighted it within the context of the need for data that would ensure that we're able to make that the index for the MVI a successful one for us. So in this case, regardless of the continuing challenges that we have in with data, it was important to make that link. That is the messaging. And then, of course, the two excellent panel discussions, very substantive, very rich. I am not even going to attempt to summarize. I believe that to the minister. But the issue of multilateralism and the range of contributions and the recognition that the business of communication, of exchange, of cross-fertilization, of working together more effectively, and that communication between member governments, representatives of the UN system. I very much appreciate the clarification that Secretary General Sabonghe made regarding our working in the wider Caribbean, because of course we are Latin American and Caribbean, so ECLAC goes even further than you. But for that opportunity for a greater level of community in the wider Caribbean, these are opportunities that we need to embrace. And we have the people in the room here that understand and appreciate you ministers of foreign affairs who can take this issue forward. And the issues of trade, which are the lifeblood, I think it has been extremely well said today that we won't go forward if we don't have that focus on productivity, on strengthening exports, the role of the private sector in all this, recognizing the issues that need to be brought to bear in order for us to become more competitive and to feed ourselves, to finance ourselves. These are the issues that we brought to the table this year that we felt were important for restarting the engines as we crawl out from under COVID-19. It's really for me just to say how much I appreciated the contribution of all of you, of our moderators. I enjoyed thoroughly the little contretemps that we had in the panel on MVI, and they stood in the corner of the room for about an hour after the meeting ended. Most of the of some of the panelists still wrestling with the issues. That's what a forum like this is about, because you are the ones that have the vision, and we have to get past discussion and the dialogue to how the next step. How do we make it a reality? How do we make this discussion work for us meaningfully? And that's the next step. That's where we're going next. But for the time being, I think it's important for us to have a forum like this that allows for you to appreciate the challenges that we face and for us to share our perspectives on how we find really meaningful solutions. So I want to thank you all for being here. It has been really, for me, a very, very rich and exhilarating experience. Again, my thanks to our hosts, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Suriname, for the support, the wonderful hospitality that we have enjoyed during our discourse. I want to remind you, before Minister, of course, closes the meeting, that lunch is served again in the, I forget the name of the room, but it's the place next door. And also, the government of Suriname is inviting you to dinner. It will be in the rooftop restaurant of the Ramada Hotel, which is across the street. So you go back that way, across the street, the Ramada is right there. If you go through the doors and you see the casino, you know you're in the right place. But you're not stopping there. You're taking the elevator and going up to the top floor. So we will see you there. And of course, the conversation continues. What time it is? It's at 7 o'clock, isn't it? Oh, there are invitations. Oh, so I didn't need to tell them then. Okay, so there are invitations that you will all receive, but how you know you're gonna catch everybody? You're gonna walk around. Okay, you will receive official invitations, but trust me, nobody will be turned back if you show up there without an invitation. So let us have a wonderful evening, and lunch, of course, is served. We can continue the conversations. It has really been a pleasure being here with all of you these 2 days. And I thank especially those of our experts who leave us tonight, because not everybody is staying for CDCC tomorrow. My friend Regis, my friend Liz, Vanos, I see Therese. I know a number of them are leaving this evening. Thank you all so very much for your fantastic contributions to our discussions these past 2 days. Many of you remain with us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Diane. And I would like to thank Diane for thanking everyone, but I would also like to thank her and her team for their work in organizing this forum. I'm sure you will agree with me that the range of experts brought together to lead this very rich and productive discussion, well, these discussions over the last 2 days, it has been truly stimulating. I join Diane in thanking you all for your active participation, and this dialogue was most valuable in helping us identify innovative and workable solutions to support recovery in the post-pandemic era, while promoting resilience, building and sustainable growth and development across the Caribbean sub-region. I would just like to take the opportunity to highlight just a few takeaways from the discussion that we've engaged on over the past 2 days. And as I said, you will agree with me that this forum, this roundtable, has been filled with fruitful dialogue, with the fulsome airing of often opposing ideas and the identification of practical solutions for advancing sustained and inclusive development in our sub-region. This roundtable appropriately focused on recovery and repositioning in the wake of the pandemic. We examined the challenges facing the Caribbean as we prepare to emerge from COVID-19. I will touch on a few of the issues that were covered by the excellent panels that we have had over the last 2 days. A fundamental challenge is the substantial contraction in economic growth with resultant spikes in unemployment, especially in already high youth unemployment. In examining the problems that governments face in responding to the economic and social fallout of the pandemic, the roundtable addressed the ongoing challenge of deepening debt and limited fiscal space. We therefore considered how best the region might tackle its debt and liquidity constraints. We therefore welcome the presentation on progress being made by ECLAC to establish the Caribbean Resilience Fund, the CRF, to leverage long-term affordable financing to tackle the challenges of climate vulnerability and limited liquidity. We will have an opportunity to consider again this proposal and the strategies to take it forward in the meeting of the CDCC tomorrow. But I was especially pleased with the proposals for debt restructuring and liquidity enhancement that will be welcomed by cash-strapped governments. The importance and value of parametric insurance provided through the CRIF SPC to provide more optimal coverage for climate risk was also a very welcome part of our dialogue. We took note that the CRIF is innovating in providing new products, including its microinsurance scheme for small farmers and fisherfolk for shock response. We were ably reminded by Minister Alva Batiste of the substantial economic fallout that could result from a disorderly structural adjustment in a small economy. The St. Lucian experience signaled the need for careful consideration on how tourism can strengthen linkages with agriculture and other sectors and raise the skill level of local workers to optimize benefits for our sub-region. Importantly, we were brought up to date on progress in developing a multidimensional vulnerability index, the MVI for SIDS, and the divergent positions and interests that will have to be reconciled if this initiative is to be settled in a manner that benefits the small states of the Caribbean. The meeting challenged the designers of the index to consider key issues to ensure that it is fit for purpose. These include: 1, carefully considering whether universality or specificity as it relates to SIDS is ideal. Although a universal index is more likely to secure a greater buy-in from development partners, this wide net is likely to make it less relevant to the needs of SIDS. 2, the need to put systems in place to collect comparative data for analysis. 3, technically, it is important that explanatory variables are individually risk adjusted to make sure vulnerability to harm for countries. 4, the MVI needs to account for feedback effects, measurement errors, and must address causality with properly defined weights for the variables. We were again challenged to tackle the data constraints in the region. The pandemic has increased data demand beyond the capacity of the statistical systems to respond. Moreover, the Caribbean has been doing less well than counterparts in Latin America and even some small states. The meeting challenged governments to prioritize improved statistical capacity as public development good. Indeed, investments in the timely production and dissemination of data is critical to optimum decision and policy making in the sub-region. We also received a presentation on the potential for geospatial technologies to revolutionize data analysis in the sub-region. This morning, we addressed the importance of global partnerships to help drive repositioning, recovery, and resilience in the sub-region. We noted that the region is facing more difficult times as key partners are sidetracked by issues relating to the war in Ukraine and heightened global competition. Nevertheless, there are strategic alliances that can be better leveraged to advance the subregion's development. Indeed, there have been standout examples of partnership. CARICOM, for example, has leveraged partnership to address de-risking through the US House of Representatives, and climate financing has been leveraged through multilateral institutions such as the GCF. We embraced the call of the ACS to focus on enhancing cooperation in the wider Caribbean region. We discussed how to make South-South cooperation more meaningful in helping countries of the region target areas for assistance. We focused on the continuing importance of multilateralism. The UN system also presented scope for improved partnerships. Importantly, the WFP advanced two good examples of cooperation, an innovative proposal being its initiative to assist vulnerable groups through forecast-based financing. Finally, we had a rich and interesting discussion on the prospects to increasing productivity, revitalizing and transforming trade as integral strategies to achieve recovery and repositioning in our region. It was a strong, positive, and forward-looking note on which to end this year's dialogue. And once again, I want to thank all of you for your active and thoughtful participation. Distinguished delegates, I bring the 7th Caribbean Development Roundtable to a close, and the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.